flagship station of the world champion Boston Celtics. WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins will continue their preseason tonight. They'll play Philadelphia at TD Garden. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the call at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jim Montgomery yesterday named Jonas Korpisalo as Game 1 starting goaltender, but the Jeremy Swayman holdout remains a big story. Cam Neely told the media Swayman has 64 million reasons to be playing, and last night his agent denied that number had ever been brought up in negotiations. As for the Patriots, they play Miami in Foxborough this coming Sunday. Gerard Mayo confirmed to the media yesterday wide receiver Kendrick Bourne will begin practicing tomorrow as he begins his return from a torn ACL. Getting back to the Dolphins, they fell to 1-3 last night, care of an ugly 31-12 home loss to Tennessee. In Detroit, the Lions beat Seattle 42-29. Jared Goff set a new NFL record by completing all 18 of his passes for 292 yards and 2 scores, and actually caught a TD pass as well. The Red Sox held their end-of-season press conference yesterday. Team CEO Sam Kennedy said his side of the organization can push them toward success.
We're hungry and focused, but if we do the right things from a baseball ops perspective, we're going to get where we need to go. And in terms of everything else, it all takes care of itself.
He added ownership did not do enough to help this team win this season. The league's all-time hit leader Pete Rose passed away yesterday at the age of 83. The Atlanta and the Mets split a doubleheader yesterday, allowing both teams to make the playoffs. And the Boston Globe reported yesterday the bank in charge of the sale of the Celtics will begin contacting prospective buyers this week. According to the Red Sox, Sam Kennedy, the Fenway Sports Group is not interested at this time. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
No matter. Always connected to Boston sports with the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. Download it wherever you get your apps today.
Fred, hello. Hello. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Super him up with a football.
98.5.
Bruins are back from the West Coast. Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
I crashed my flying machine.
Hey there.
Call 911.
Hi, I'm
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Hey there.
Hi, Isaac.
Hi, I'm Isaac.
Are you having a good time at Hofstra?
Hey there.
Hi, but are you having a good time at Hofstra?
Say my name.
Isaac. Isaac, are you having a good time at Hofstra?
Hey there.
All right, Isaac. Well, we'll never get anywhere with you. You're running me in circles. We are Toucher and Hardy. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube, and you can see that all day. And the beautiful picture of us that's on the front page, which I want retaken. In fact, I am going to go to someone and go, can you just have a photographer take
What do
our
you
picture?
say? Me, you, Wallach, I'll go to the Sears Portrait Studio one day after work. And
Not to insult the people that took the picture, but it would be better. I mean, it would be 100% better if we went to the Sears Portrait Studio.
Wallach, you can get your button-down shirt, and I mean singular. The one
You want to blow that at 6 o'clock?
That shirt that you have with buttons. What?
You want to blow? Okay, so I didn't do this, John.
What?
I did not do this.
There was some drama after you left.
Scheduled.
No. There's some drama after you left.
After I left?
No, I'm talking to Hardy. After Hardy.
No. I have my talk of your shirt has nothing to do with this talk of the shirt.
Oh no, I understand.
This talk
that.
of the shirt went on without me. Did you already bring it up to him? With
No, he has no idea what we're talking about.
No,
So what-
he knows. You have no idea what he's talking about.
okay.
And I have no idea what you're talking
Okay.
And
Okay. Go
Hardy
right
just
ahead.
did it. My thing with you is not what him and Nicholas are talking about.
Okay, there's more. All right.
Yeah.
Why don't you tell me what I don't know?
Okay, so John and I went to Bruins Media Day, and John said, I'm going to go out to my car and put on a button-down shirt because he had a hoodie on, and I had a hoodie on, and he's like, and I'm like, why are you putting on a button-down shirt? Is it to look professional? He's like, I'm putting on a button-down shirt, so whatever. That was that with that.
Okay.
Okay, so that's here. So yesterday, Nick sends Hardy and I a text, and it says, John, I'll read it to you. It says, I didn't participate in this, John, for your information.
Okay.
Hardy and Adam, which one was it?
We have a lot of text.
You want me to
chains
read
with-
it, Fred? I have
We
it
have a
pulled
lot
up.
of text chains
Hardy,
without
Nick,
you.
and
Walt.
Adam.
There's
Apparently.
several.
Yeah, okay, here it is. It's 3 pictures of you. It's the one I took of you at the Warrior Ice or at the Garden yesterday.
Sure.
The horrible, horrible, horrible picture they took of the show. And then the picture of the old show.
Okay.
And this is from Nick, right? Nick sent this first one? Or did you, Hardy? No, Nick sent it.
Yeah.
Okay, hear me out. I'm convinced more than ever Wallach only owns one button-up shirt. First photo is from today. Second is from a shoot earlier this year, and the other is from years ago. I'm also pretty sure he wore the same shirt to every show outing. Get the guy a gift card to Milton so he can fill the nest with button-ups. And then Adam said, given what he does for work, I don't doubt it. Come to think of it, Adam stepping in saying, like, slow down, Nick. He goes, come to think of it, I think I only have two, one black, one white. Let's have a sales pitch at, does Milton's advertise?
Currently, no. Not that I've heard.
They have, though.
But they have in the past.
Yeah.
Milton's.
Yeah, like get some new duds, you know?
Well, I don't know if I don't want.
Man.
I'm not talking about new shirts. I'm like, why are you not advertising?
Why don't we get him $1,000 gift card for Mr. Sid, and then you can go get a belt?
I know. I was just gonna say that's good for like what? A keychain?
Yeah, so we can get new duds. And then Hardy said, "Holy yes, it's the same shirt." Now there's 4 people on this text chain,
None of which are me.
and none of which are me.
You.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that is the same shirt, John. Though.
Okay.
That was a good point. I mean, and that's over the course of many years.
Yeah.
Is that your favorite shirt?
Well, I think evidence would. I never thought about it, but evidence is yes.
Delete the adjective. That is his shirt.
Well, he had to wear nice clothes to fly on the airplane when he did the Celtics. So I take it you had to go out and buy clothes when you were doing like 20, 30, 40 Celtics games.
Yeah, I have like 3 dress shirts and 3 sport coats and like 5 or 6 ties, that kind of thing.
I was going to say, did you wear like a jacket and tie when you were calling games?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, you have to.
Yes.
But
Classy.
you only had 3?
3, yeah, 3.
What if you went on like a 5-game road trip?
I did that. I rotated to 3 or 4, maybe it's 4, 3 or 4 shirts.
Jesus,
Don't
Wallach.
they smell? Don't they get a little sweaty or something?
Or is it embarrassing to go on the
clean.
team plane wearing the same thing over and over again?
I'm not alone in this. I mean, you take a look at Scalabrini and all those other people. They have outfits. They don't, for a 6-game trip, they don't have 6 different outfits.
They don't have 6 different suits?
No.
I could see not having 6 different suits, but I couldn't see having having 6 different button-down shirts.
I would think a fresh shirt for every game.
Yeah, because I don't have many adult clothes. You understand, when I got divorced, I had to go out and buy a lot of. I had to go and buy clothes to wear out.
What do you? Where did you go? What did you do? Because I wouldn't. I buy jeans maybe once a year.
I refuse to wear jeans.
Well, I go to the same place, or I wear, golf shirts that were, handed out at an event, or hoodies. Wear FootJoy hoodies.
Unless
they show up, I'm like, sweet, another hoodie. No.
I mean, there's a Bloomingdale's by me, and there's a Neiman Marcus, and then I'll go to, and then if there's stores that I like that I happen to be around. Like if I'm in New York or if I'm, on Newbury Street, there's places that I'll go.
That's so funny that you won't wear jeans. I have another friend. You see, I just called you a friend. I have another friend who will not wear jeans. He wears two things. He wears a suit, or in the summer he'll wear shorts or sweats. Like, I don't think he owns a pair of dungarees.
Yeah, that's like me. I always, it doesn't piss me off. I shouldn't say that. I find it, like when dads wear jeans, like to everything, where dads like wear jeans to like baseball games in the summer, and when dads wear jeans.
Oh yeah, that's.
I don't like jeans.
See, I'm the other way. I can't wear. You wear like the sweatpants and stuff. I can't wear those.
Yeah,
I can't.
I don't.
Yeah,
jeans.
because I know why. Because you're wearing the uniform of the people that go to the farm stands.
That's right. That's right.
And by the way, ever since I started thinking about it, gray-haired ladies that don't dye their hair, and I'm not talking about little old ladies. I'm talking about women that should be dyeing their hair. They're all over the place in these jeans, and they're walking in the middle of the road.
Hell yeah.
They're just causing problems.
Right.
And they're like the least sexual beings on the planet. It's
by design. It's like the stay away card.
Fred's having that thing where like you buy a make and a model of a car, and then all of a sudden you see that car everywhere. He saw like one of those people, and now he's just keyed in and seeing them everywhere he looks. He's seeing them.
I'll tell you exactly what's happened. You're right. Like I started thinking of how clever I was to say, wow, these women are everywhere around here. This is a very much a Massachusetts thing, too, that they're everywhere. Because little old lady, who cares, they're little old ladies. This is, women that are still should be caring a little bit more. And
according to who?
My opinion.
Okay.
And but I'll tell you why they bother me. They have that, and you'll know what I'm saying. They have a look of utter disgust on their face and almost, how dare you be on this planet? And they walk in the road. They're big fans of walking in the road. Big fans. They challenge your car in parking lots. Now my kids go like, oh, look at that. The look on that person's face. Like they point it out like, oh, that's what you're talking about. Because they just have this look of this like angry, stupid look. And I think the car brand advertises, so I won't tell you the car they drive, but you know.
Yeah, because I'd probably drive one too.
Sure.
I think if your brand is where I think it is, it's exactly the car.
It ain't an American car.
No.
Of course you do.
My apologies to Detroit.
And they have it's an issue. And it wouldn't be an issue to me if they weren't always just had this look of disgust and they were always in the way.
Well, you had the dog park running last week too.
I can't even go to that dog park anymore. Those people.
That's out now?
Oh no, I won't go back there.
Okay.
It's not worth it. It's all ladies that don't dye their hair in jeans.
Okay.
Steven, go ahead.
Hey, well, I got a store right down the street that I want Wallach to stop in, and he might find a shirt. They're awesome. It's called Dan Flashes. The patterns on these shirts are so extreme. Okay, they have a shirt for $1,000. $1,000. I'm saving up for it myself.
What? Now, how do you know what's going to be more expensive and what's not?
The pattern. It's the pattern is more extreme, and it's just
it's more complicated. It's
much more complicated.
Stop yelling.
Yeah, stop yelling, Steven.
What the hell's going on here?
Of course, it's in the zeitgeist. Of course, you don't know about it.
I've been saving up my lunch money per diem so that I can get one of them shirts.
Well, that's why you're catatonic on the couch.
There you go.
All right.
Of course, John doesn't know. He's too busy, watching the baseball bunch and getting weepy about Pete Rose. All right. It's from I Think You Should Leave.
Oh.
It's a skit, Dan Flashers.
What about a TC Tugger, Wallach? I mean, you're in pretty good shape, but you could go with a TC Tugger at some point. No?
See, I'm a big fan of the TC Tugger sketch.
Same.
I really am. I wasn't at first, and now I really am.
It's not a joke.
No, it's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
He's got a new show coming out. him and the guy that he did I Think You Should Leave with are coming out with a new show. Whatever the guy's name is, the guy that was a writer on Saturday Night Live.
And the show that he was on before with Detroiters, right?
Right.
That's coming to streaming, I think, later.
Which I've
on
never
this year,
watched.
which it hasn't been on.
Have you watched that in multiple episodes?
I've seen every Detroiters a couple times because, all right, you're not in contact with a lot of people in Detroit anymore, are you?
Not a ton.
Yeah. All right. So if you have anyone that's in advertising or anyone, because advertising deals with like film people, like in Detroit, Detroiters I knew about maybe a year before it came out, and I knew about I Think You Should Leave like a year before it came out because they filmed Detroiters in Detroit, so like a bunch of people were working on it. And they were like, this guy's like, these guys are amazing. The two guys that did Detroiters are like, they're amazing. And then when my friend Jay first saw I Think You Should Leave before it came out, it was the one where it's funny because it's one no one talks about, but it was the one with the receipt where he made the guy eat the receipt to see if he had wiped his ass properly.
The mud pie.
The mud pie. And my friend was like, yeah, I have a friend who worked on the show and he's talking about this like receipt that's full of crap and that the guy has to eat it. And so it's a big deal in Detroit. A big deal, Detroiters. It's a good show.
Okay, I'll watch it.
There's one where Connor O'Malley plays his brother, and he's like super into.
It's incredible.
He's super into Slipknot, and so that's the best episode there. That's the best episode of Detroiters. But yeah, that's coming to streaming again. Netflix, right? Is it Netflix?
Checking on that now.
It's Netflix or Hulu, whatever. It's one of those. All right, very good. We found out John doesn't know anything about I Think You Should Leave, and he owns one shirt. And that he thought we were making fun of him when the Dan Flashers guy called in. All right. What's going on?
The pattern.
It's the pattern. It's complicated. All right, what's going on? What are we going to talk about?
A lot of sports last night. Wallach has covered what happened if you're into the wild card situation. In baseball last night, there was a doubleheader, but there was an also.
Oh, it's one of the games of the century, Linda.
Dog lost his mind.
I was listening to it live. I was listening to it.
You were listening to that live?
I know
that's
where.
fantastic.
I was in Waltham.
Where were you when?
I had just picked my son up, and I was in Waltham. And stuck in traffic.
It's a long fly ball. And Lindor's done it. He did it. Home run. Oh, it was fantastic.
Yeah, Lindor.
It was fantastic.
He goes, can you imagine if you're Arizona? You're sitting home. Oh, Arizona.
That's right.
All right. Very good.
But there was a doubleheader in Monday Night Football, and the Bruins were talking yesterday. Cam Neely definitely talking yesterday. So a lot to get to.
John and I were there.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
More Toucher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
Hey, it's Ryan from 128, and one of the things that keeps our customers coming back
here, Toucher and Hardy. Tomorrow, be listening at 7:30 for your chance to score a pair of tickets to this Sunday's Patriot games against the Miami Dolphins. Be sure you turn to the Sports Hub for 3 hours of pregame coverage with Gasper and Murray and media postgame coverage with Joe Murray and Leroy Irvin. And in fact, if we wanted to do a Joe Murray break this week, I got a very, I forgot to bring it up, but on this week, over the weekend, I got a very in-depth with timestamps. The guy had called Joe Murray and brought up roast beef sandwiches.
Okay.
And he gave me a breakdown of with timestamps of everything. In fact, remind me please after the show that we should do that break. It's pretty funny. And the guy loves Joe. He says repeatedly in the email that he loves Joe. It's not making fun of Joe. It's celebrating Joe. Because the guy knew just what to do. He made up a story about how he's new to the North Shore and he doesn't really know where to get roast beef sandwiches.
I know how to eat a beef.
Yeah, he didn't know where to get roast beef sandwiches, and then he kind of just let Joe go. That's Joe faking it when they when you bring Joe food and you make it eat in front of him. He puts on a little bit of a show, let's be honest.
When I asked him about the sides.
Yeah, it was a whole thing. All right, what happened last evening?
Last evening, the Lions and Seahawks played Monday Night Football, and the Lions put on a show.
Jared leans in. There's the snap. Jared on the end around gives it to Amon-Ra. He's going to throw it to Jared. It's to the end zone. Jared Goff. Oh, baby, on the receiving end of a pass from Amon-Ra St. Brown.
The Phillies special as the Lions took it to the Seahawks last night. 42-29 the final. And Jared Goff throwing the no-no. Goff getting the start. No incompletions, no interceptions, a perfect 18 of 18 passing. Dan Campbell, what do you think about that?
I just gave the game ball to somebody else, so I feel awful right now. Yeah. No, I knew he played a heck of a game. I did not realize he was perfect. I did not know he was literally 18 for 18.
He was 18 for 18 on the night, including a touchdown reception. So he had one more touchdown catch than he had in completions. 18 of 18 for 292 yards, 2 touchdowns, and a quarterback rating of 155.8. Now, a perfect quarterback rating would be, Wallach?
158.3.
So what does one need to do in order to have a perfect quarterback rating?
Not take a sack?
It's amazing to me. I don't even care if he took a sack.
That's a good answer. I think no, he did.
He took 3 sacks.
3. He was sacked 3 times.
So that's the reason.
No, I don't know. I'm guessing, dude.
I'm not accusing you, Fred. I'm just trying to think this through. Sacks don't always have something to do with the quarterback.
Do you have to throw for over 300 yards? I have no idea.
Wallach had the metric pulled up earlier. It does have to do with average
yards per attempt, but he completed 18 passes for almost 300 yards. How much more do you have to do?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't understand that stat anyway. And by the way, Geno Smith's good. Let's put that to bed. Geno Smith's good. The Seattle moved the ball well against the Lions, and the Lions just were too good offensively. I, like an idiot, stayed up for the game. I was really, really tired, as I'm sure you were too, John.
I was in bed. I was in bed by 9:45.
Yeah. I was in bed by. I didn't get to sleep till 11.
Oh boy.
I took my daughter to the tutor, and I fell asleep sitting up on the couch, and I was 15 minutes late picking her up. But but Geno Smith is good, objectively good, like no joke. He's a good quarterback. And Kenneth Walker the third. If you didn't watch the game, there's a highlight. Kenneth Walker Kenneth Walker the third breaks a run outside. He gets tackled. He bounces off, gets his legs on the ground. Okay, gets his feet on the ground, so his legs have not hit the ground. He's on top of the defender, His legs are on the ground. He then somersaults off the defender back onto his feet and takes off again. He was never down. He picked up like 6 more yards. It's that long-haired middle linebacker for the Lions, the big
Anzalone?
Anzalone.
Yeah.
So good tackler. Tackles him, wrestles him to the ground, but he keeps his feet down and then somersaults off of him backwards and gets his feet back on the ground and takes off again. It's one of the great football plays I've seen. It really is. I mean, it's kind of lucky, but it was one of the great football plays I've ever seen.
So now 2 undefeated teams left, Kansas City and Minnesota, after Seattle goes down last night.
Yeah, until 9:30 on Sunday.
Yeah. By the way, Ryan Beaton says, or this is what he found on the quarterback passer rating. You have to have at least 10 passes, check. No interceptions, check. A minimum completion percentage of 77.5%, check. Have a minimum of 11.875% of their passes scored touchdowns.
What?
That's a stupid metric.
That's really idiotic.
I'm telling you what it is.
Well, only 2 out of 18 went for touchdowns, right?
But that's what is someone quickly hold on.
1/9 is 11. Well, it's 11%, right?
What percentage is 2 of 18?
It's approximately 11.1111%.
Oh, 11.11%.
So what did he have to hit? 11 point what?
That's it. I heard you the first time. Thank you. 11.875.
Oh, so that's
he
why.
fell 0.7% short of his passes going for touchdowns.
What a loser.
Jeez.
And a minimum of 12.5 yards on average per attempt.
Which he got.
He was over 16
easily
yards per attempt.
See, I like my sack idea more than I like that.
Yeah,
so do I.
That makes much more sense, the sack thing.
I tend to agree.
Percentage of your passes scored touchdown. That's stupid.
Because that's not even important.
No.
Because what difference does it mean if you work it down the field and then you get it to the one and you run it in for a touchdown? Getting rid of the ball and not getting sacked is a better service to your team than throwing a touchdown
You
pass.
watched that game last night, and you guys both saw it. I only saw the first half. If you watched that game last night, I would imagine you'd walk away from it saying Jared Goff could not have played any better than what he played last night.
No, he was great. And
that, to me, is a perfect game.
And by the way, this is another guy that everyone was insulting earlier this season for not being any good. Jared Goff. There's too much instant analysis, and Chris Canty's the worst of all of them.
There was another football game last night as the Titans and Dolphins were playing.
Yeah, you were watching this dumb. Hang on, real quick. Yeah. You're watching this dumb 42-29 game when you could have had your eyes glued on the other Monday night game.
Rudolph goes wide to the left. Titans in the Wildcat. Fake. Spears around right end. There's nobody there. Just the green grass of the end zone. Touchdown, Titans! Tajay Spears says, I will do it myself for a big 6.
Jesus God.
Yeah, I understand though. If you're watching Titans Dolphins and they're scoreless after the first quarter, and then at halftime it's 9-3, like how can I turn this off? You forget that the Seahawks and Lions are having a shootout, over on another network somewhere. Why would you ever leave that Titans Dolphins game? Two teams that by the end of it were both 1-3.
The Titans have a very good defense, by the way. They have a really good defense. Did you see Will Levis?
Yes.
He was like crying.
I saw it. He landed on his shoulder and couldn't play anymore.
But then say 20 minutes after that, he was on the bench like yelling and crying.
Yes.
He's a real basket case.
Yes, he is.
He really is a basket case.
If you remember, Bert Breer sat in here and told us how he tanked his interviews right before he was picked. He was a horrible. Remember, Levis was supposed to go in the first round and then interviewed a couple of places, and the word got out on him that he was a mental case, and he slipped around 2, and where Tennessee, gobbled him up and made him a starter. But ultimately watching that game, don't forget Miami comes here on Sunday. You take a look at what the Miami Dolphins offense has turned into without Tua there. Oh, my Lord, they were awful last night. I mean, not just bad. They made the Patriots look like Detroit looked last night. I mean, Miami's bad.
Yeah,
bad on offense.
Yeah, and Miami's bad on offense, and Miami's bad on defense. So I'm telling you, at home against Miami.
Oh, they can absolutely win this game.
Well, they should win this game.
They can win this game.
I'm not positive.
The final score may be 9-6, but they should certainly win.
I don't know. Yeah, I mean, they were trying to get Tyreek Hill the ball, and they were getting Tyreek Hill the ball, like, because I saw some of the game, like, behind the line of scrimmage, and he still couldn't do anything. Like, they can't get him involved.
They had him lined up as a tailback. That didn't work. They tried him on jet sweeps. That didn't work. I think he caught what, 4 passes
Four catches for 23 yards.
No,
Yeah.
I mean, he was a non-factor.
So what is Mike McDaniel going to do?
We have to assess everything. You know, I hesitate to overcook before I watch the film and kind of marinate on this whole situation. But, you know, there will be things that will change. It's kind of hard to say exactly what those things are, but we're definitely in need of it.
I'll tell you, well, he's got to be psyched. I mean, he can't get fired. So there you go. I heard Ryan Clark, by the way, they were talking about how Tua's coming back, and Ryan Clark goes like, no offense to anyone, but you don't know what it's like to strap on the helmet. And it's like, well, I have a fairly good idea that it's nice. like you don't understand like what it's like to be with your teammates and do this stuff.
You don't understand what it's like to have friends and do something you love for a living. No, you're right. I don't.
Yeah. It's like,
what's it like?
But then, and way to go, Ryan Clark, to like, that's the message. I mean, if that's what he believes, he should say it. But that's the message. I mean, well, then go meet a bunch of guys whose lives are terrible now because they got 1 million concussions. Just because it's fun to play football, I mean, it's fun to like shoot heroin. But I mean, go meet some people that are dying. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's like, and it's essentially the same thing. You're doing something knowingly that's going to ruin your life down the line. There's really no getting out of it unscathed. There's no way to I guess Aikman got 1 million concussions, and I guess he's okay. Chances are greater, but then again, there's people that do heroin that don't get addicted. I'm just, with everything that you do, that you know that there's a huge downside to. I mean, yeah, I understand that it's a lot of money, and that there's got to be a lot of fun to be in front of all the people and play, and it's what you love to do. But there is that point where you would give every dollar if you are like in constant pain and your brain is leaving you and you're suicidal. Yes. That you would give every dollar you had to not feel that way.
Somebody, I'm sure, has brought this up, but I watched Aikman play for his entire career. You have brought up Terry Bradshaw and the hits that he has taken. He got concussed more than once. I have never seen a quarterback react as violently to being concussed as I've seen to it. That's the difference here. Twice. That's the difference here. I've never seen anyone go through that and have that kind of reaction like Tua did.
And Bradshaw hasn't had a tremendous life mentally since he's been out of the NFL. He's struggled with a lot of stuff. Now, I don't know if that's due to concussions or not. That's not fair. I mean, because a lot of us do. But Bradshaw has a lot of stuff that's not.
Yeah, he's also 76, so
No,
maybe.
but before that, like he has in his post career, he's had some stuff going.
But
on.
all three of us have seen quarterbacks get hit. Quarterbacks get literally knocked out on the field. Quarterbacks go through a lot of things. No one has looked like this kid's looked like.
And by the way, there are a lot of players that are retiring, before their time now.
Yep.
There's a lot of players that are choosing to leave the game.
49ers had a bunch of them not too long ago.
Yeah, I mean,
Kuechly left early for that reason. Yeah.
And Kuechly, you don't think Kuechly loved playing football?
Yeah.
I mean, Kuechly's like probably was the kind of guy in training camp you hated to be on your team. Running around sideline to sideline, bothering everyone.
The problem with Tua, is now that the pressure's ratcheted up. Miami's terrible without him. Now it's like, you know what? We need him back.
Well, Miami's got to have the wherewithal to it because I heard something this morning that they said that he might play when he gets off of injured reserve, which would be in 3 weeks, 2 weeks,
2, I think.
They can't. The organization can't. The NFL and the organization. I know it's not the NFL's call, but the organization has got to be like no. Just the optics of it. Look, man, you're not winning a Super Bowl this year. You're not, Miami. Just have like a little humanity.
And if you're looking at things and you're trying to, take everything into consideration, the Super Bowl is one thing. Long term, is Tua your answer going forward for the next 10 years at quarterback?
They're paying him that way.
They are paying him that way, but could you conceivably come up with someone else to play the position as well as he does?
Eventually, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it might take you a couple of years, but at some point, like Fred said, morality and ethically, you have to take a stand for him if he's not going to do it himself and say, look, we can't in good conscience allow you to continue.
No, I'm not telling you that they can never play him again. I'm just saying you can't play him in 2 weeks. That the optics of him coming in 4 weeks after that happened is
that would be the worst. That would be the absolute worst.
Like I don't think it's Miami's responsibility. Listen, the league would love it if he didn't play again. Believe me, because the league is the concussion thing is the thing at the back of their head that they think could really destroy the league.
Oh yeah, and if he gets one more of those concussions, then he does the hand thing, which we've talked about.
Fencing.
Thank you. And you see that again, it's going to restart a bunch of calls to ban the game altogether.
But it's
not going to happen. But the NFL doesn't want that.
No.
They don't want that dialogue going on.
And it's not only the dialogue; it's leaving themselves open to lawsuits. But the thing is that it's not Miami's responsibility to tell him he can't play football again. I mean that if he clears medically and he wants to play, they got to play him.
He wants to play.
No, I know that. So what I'm saying is that, but I mean, there's no way in 2 weeks you got to go. All right, dude, let's ease you back into this. Like if he wants to play, and then maybe you get to the point where you're 1-6 and you can just go, all right, why don't you just sit the year out? You're still getting paid,
right?
And then we'll get into next year.
See, the sad thing is, time doesn't change anything.
No,
He's
I
still
know.
just as susceptible 8 weeks from now as he is 2 weeks from now.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that
the back-to-back concussions as bad. 2 years from now, if he gets another concussion, yeah, that's bad. If he gets another one 4 weeks from now, that's worse.
Yeah, I'm not positive, John, that that's the case. I think that he's more susceptible to getting a concussion the sooner he comes back. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Bruins will play Philadelphia at TD Garden tonight as their preseason continues. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the call at 7 o'clock here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Bruins President Cam Neely told the media yesterday restricted free agent Jeremy Swayman had 64 million reasons to play. Swayman's agent denied that number was ever brought up last night. Patriots players have today off. They'll practice tomorrow. They play Miami on Sunday. Dolphins lost to Tennessee last night, 31-12. They, like the Patriots, are 1-3. Red Sox held their end-of-season press conference yesterday. Sam Kennedy said ownership did not do enough to help the team in 2024. In other baseball news, the league's all-time hit leader Pete Rose passed away yesterday at the age of 83. And the Boston Globe reported yesterday the bank in charge of the sale of the Celtics will begin contacting prospective buyers this week. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Now open in Weymouth, Canton, Bedford, and Natick. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
Don't use a national pest control chain. They stink. Use Burgess Pests like me. Rodents are...
Teddy Bear on the Sports Hub.
Yeah, John, you like this?
I do. Hey, you're 12? You bet. Got a little new jack swing in the mix now.
This way you even get played at the dentist office now.
A little shade, don't walk away.
That's right.
This is when John puts on his shirt. He's listening to this. He's all dressed up. All right. Go ahead, Hardy. What else happened last evening?
Well, yesterday, Cam Neely spoke along with a bunch of other Bruins. We're going to hear one of your conversations that you and Wallach had over there at Bruins Media Day. But Cam Neely made some headlines with this statement.
Kevin Dupont again, Boston Globe. My question's for Jim, but before that, since you say you were surprised, Cam, can you share any of the specifics here, be it what his ask is in terms of dollars or term?
Well, I don't want to get into the weeds with what his ask is, but I know that I have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now.
And I'll dovetail to that. There's been stories around saying he's looking to reset the goalie market. Do you feel that's the case?
I do, yeah. I do.
In context to what?
Well, just what his ask is and what we believe his comp group is are two different things.
Yeah, in context to what the goalie market is. And how about like Kevin Paul DuPont is great. He does a fine job. But when he says $64 million, does that mean you've offered him a contract worth in total $64 million? Because that's what we all took that to mean. 8 and 8, the math works out.
Yep.
Well, I mean, yeah, and then I don't know if you're going to get to this, but the agent for Swayman, who, by the way, botched the whole Torrey Krug negotiation, and Torrey Krug ended up in St. Louis where he faltered. And he wanted to stay in Boston, by the way. He says, normally I do not release statements to discuss negotiations through the media. However, in this case, I feel the need to defend my client. At today's press conference, $64 million was referenced. This was the first time that number was discussed during negotiations. Prior to the press conference, no offer was made reaching that level. We are extremely disappointed. This was not fair to Jeremy. We will take a few days to discuss where we go from here. I think that I don't know what that means. Prior to the press conference, no offer was made. So Neely just made up the $64 million thing?
I believe Cam. I don't believe this guy.
Of course I believe Cam.
Yeah.
He's not going to go up there and botch the negotiation. This is the agent flailing. And there's a lot of – they brought up December 1st a lot on purpose yesterday, and December 1st is a restricted free agent. If Swayman doesn't sign by December 1st, he doesn't get paid. So – say they were offering him $8 million a year. So minus $8 million from his career, right? So how many times of making $9 million a year over the $8 million a year is that going to? He'd break even, like at the end. Like if he loses this money, then he's just going to break even. He's got a lot of balls asking for more than $8 million a year, and the Bruins would be fools to give it to him. And they're not going to. And there's this agent has gotten him in a situation that's not going to end up good.
But to hear the way Cam said it, he says, I've got 64 million reasons why I would be playing right now, which indicates the Bruins have offered that money.
No, they have offered him the money.
Yeah, that's
exactly what he's saying. He didn't say it by accident.
They've offered 8 years at $8 million.
No, Jacobs, Sweeney, Montgomery, and Neely are all on a dais. They've talked about what they were going to say beforehand.
Okay.
It was all very pointed. They said they referenced December 1st about this. They said Neely knew going in he was going to say that they did this.
So when you said they're not going to pay him that much, you mean the 9 or the $10 million?
Yeah, the $9 million.
Okay,
if he wants the 9.5, he's not going to get 9.5.
The way you said it, though, I'm just trying to clarify because I want to make sure everybody is on the same page. And the agent, as you said, he messed up the Torrey Krug thing. He's got a hardline reputation, and if Swayman is in lockstep with this guy, and Swayman before all this stuff started made it sound like, oh, he's at a really good place. He learned a lot yesterday during the arbitration or last year during the arbitration, and how he's trying not to take it personally. Dude, you better start taking some of this stuff personally, because you personally may find yourself in a position where you're not playing for the Bruins and you have to go play somewhere else that you might not want to play.
And also, they might not trade us right. They might and just not pay him. You get the cap relief. So, I mean, Swayman could really get screwed here.
Yes.
I'm telling you, I've told you guys this a bunch of times. Look, I have an agent. It's not these high stakes. Oh, it's very close in these stakes. But there's a point where you got to go to your agent. All right, tell me everything. Like, what's every scenario of what could happen from this? And if the guy's honest with you and says, look, you're going to have to sit out till December 1st, and then you're not going to get paid this season, and then you're a distressed commodity because then you haven't played hockey for a year, and you've never gotten paid for the season, which that's money you'll never make up. He's putting him. The Bruins have way more power in this than Swayman does.
It's very, very hard to play like you're Scott Boras in a hard cap league. It's right. Say he wants $10 million. Bruins don't have $10 million in cap space. So what the agent is asking the Bruins to do is, now you have to get rid of someone off your roster to accommodate my client. That doesn't make friends of everyone in the locker room when you step back in there making $10 million a year, if the Bruins were ever to give it to him, which they aren't. But you can be as hardline as you want if you're Scott Boras, and you can where salaries can spiral out of control, and you're going to make $600 million a year. Hockey's a different thing.
Well, it's a different.
And as an agent, you have to read the room. You have to understand that that's the case.
And yesterday they came out and said Korpisalo was going to start the game. Even if Swayman is signed that day, he wasn't going to start game one. And you'll hear our interview with Montgomery. They all were talking Korpisalo up. They were all talking about how Bob Essenza is the reason that these goalies have always been good. You'll hear, and they were saying it in the press conference too. None of that was by accident.
No, it's a unified front against them. Absolutely.
I think a lot of it has to do with the sport itself too, because in baseball, I mean, we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. You're going to give me $400 million guaranteed? I'll go play anywhere. Plus, so much of this game is out of my control. I'm one guy with 4 or 5 at-bats a game, and I can only do so much. So whether we win or lose, it really, truthfully, it's got very little to do with me. For a goalie, and I think hockey players in general, they don't purposely or willingly put themselves into bad situations for a little more money. I would say for the most part, they want to play on good teams. And Swayman, I hope, has communicated that to his agent, where it's like, hey, don't mess this up.
No,
to the point where I end up being in some crap bag situation for a little more money.
We got a break. When we come back, the Pete Rose has died, and Joe Murray he had one thing. He talked to Doug Kyde, who we like very much, who is also into wrestling. And he had one Pete Rose memory that he was really excited about.
Oh, my God.
It's true. Is that a porno or him looking at? I think we already played that game before. All right. We'll be back in just a moment.
Touchdown!
Your home of the pass. 98.5 The Sports Hub. Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins will continue their exhibition season tonight at home against the Philadelphia Flyers. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the call at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jeremy Swayman was not present at practice yesterday, but he remains the top story. Cam Neely told the media Swayman has 64 million reasons to play. His agent last night denied that number was ever brought up by the team in negotiations. In football news, the Patriots play Miami and Foxborough this Sunday. The players will practice tomorrow. Gerard Mayo confirmed a report yesterday that Kendrick Bourne will be on the field tomorrow as he returns from a torn ACL. The Dolphins will come to town at 1-3 after getting run over at home by Tennessee last night, 31-12. Detroit, meanwhile, beat undefeated Seattle 42-29 behind a perfect night by Jared Goff. He set an NFL record by completing all 18 of his passes for 292 yards and 2 touchdowns, and he caught a touchdown pass as well. As for the Red Sox, they held their end-of-season press conference yesterday, and after missing the postseason for a third straight year, Craig Breslow told the media he's tired of it.
My hope is that the message that we're providing today is pretty unified and pretty clear, that it's time to deliver the team that is capable of winning the AL East, of making a deep playoff run.
Team CEO Sam Kennedy added ownership did not do enough to help the team in 2024. In other baseball news, the league's all-time hit king Pete Rose passed away yesterday at the age of 83. The Boston Globe reported yesterday the bank in charge of the sale of the Celtics will begin contacting prospective buyers this week. And Basketball Hall of Famer Dikembe Mutombo died yesterday of brain cancer. He was 58 years old. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by John Sewer and Drain Cleaning. 24-hour on-call service for your clogged drain emergencies. Go to johnsewer.com. I'm John Wallach on Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Start your day.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Work through your day.
What's that thing we do at the end of the show?
And end your day.
I'm not giving you an opinion. I don't know.
Right here. 98.5 The Sports Hub. In the office, in your car, in your footy pajamas, this is how Boston sports fans start their day.
I bet you're just jealous.
Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Here comes the main attraction, trying to make history right here in the first inning tonight. He levels the bat a couple of times. Shao kicks and he fires. Rose swings.
There it is! There it is! Get out! Get out! All right!
Hit number 4192. A line drive single into left center field. A clean base hit. And it is pandemonium here at Riverfront Stadium. The fireworks exploding overhead. The Cincinnati dugout has emptied. The applause continues unabated. Rose completely encircled by his teammates at first base. Joe, quite an emotional scene here at the ballpark.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. And you can watch us on YouTube. Just search 98.5 The Sports Up on YouTube. We're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And that is the man, Pete Rose. Bobby Slayton, made famous with his jokes that we could not play. You know the Bobby Slayton, Pete Rose jokes.
I don't know if I do. I know Bobby Slayton.
Yeah, Bobby Slayton does. They're not even about Pete Rose, but it's about Pete Rose's haircut. And it would not fly today.
I was going to say it's probably not suitable for air.
It is definitely not suitable for air. But Pete Rose, Hardy, there's big news in the Pete Rose universe.
Well, yes, the all-time hit leader has passed away at the age of 83. It appeared at in an autograph show over the weekend. Tony Perez and Dave Concepcion, and he was there, but Clark County Coroner's Office said, yep, medical examiner said he died on Monday. He was found by a family member. He was 83 years old. And now let all of the conversations begin once again as to how Pete Rose was treated post-playing career. I mean, it is the major league record for games played appearances, longest hitting streak in the National League, and, of course, surpassing Ty Cobb for most number of hits all time. 200 hits a year for 20 years. I mean, his contributions to the game on the field, not debatable. What will continue to be debated for a long time now is his exclusion from the Hall of Fame due to the fact that he gambled on baseball games.
Two things. Did you see any of that documentary on Pete Rose that's on one of them streaming services? I think it's on HBO. They called him Charlie Hustle because he was a hard-on and they didn't like the way that he was acting in spring training. And that's why they called him Charlie Hustle.
So it was not a term of endearment.
No, but to his credit, he embraced it. And he was like, yeah, okay, I'm Charlie Hustle. That good. And, because I'm working harder than all you guys, so good for him. And two, if these people that debate that Pete Rose should have been in the Hall of Fame and not banned from baseball, obviously don't run baseball or have any financial stake in it. Because, again, the only thing, not steroids, not crime off the field, not injuries, none of these things, the only thing that for sure can ruin a sport and make it something that does not matter anymore is if people believe the outcome is predetermined. And the surefire way to have that outcome be predetermined if members of the guys that are playing or managing are betting on baseball. Now you say this argument, well, Pete says he bet on his team to win. Okay, well, there's 162 baseball games. And newsflash, in June, you're not managing every game like it's Game 7 of the World Series. But perhaps you are if you have a lot of money on the game. In that, you go to your bullpen quicker. You could use way more pitchers than you normally would. You could screw around with your lineup. You would manage the game differently, which would be compromising games going into the future. It's so hard. And then the argument was like, well, it's legal to bet on sports now. Sure. And it's legal for doctors to prescribe fentanyl, but you shouldn't go around taking fentanyl because you'll die. So the deal is that there's one thing they can't do, and that's bet on their own sport. They could do all the cocaine they want in the world. They can go and rob banks, but you can the thing you can't do is
still
bet
get in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah, and none of that affects the sport.
Right.
It's like a bad headline, and even steroids. You could argue like these guys are incredibly skilled anyway. Everyone was doing steroids. Fine. That's all debatable. There is really no debate that the one thing that can ruin a sport and make all of us not care about it is if we believe the outcome is predetermined or compromised in some way. Go ahead, John.
The argument that, it's not nearly as much damage if you bet on your own team. You've given your opinion and you spoke well, but there's a big sign that used to be outside of all major league locker rooms that say you can't bet on baseball. It's a rule that everybody who walked into any major league clubhouse knew, and he still did it, regardless of who he bet on. It was illegal to start with.
Yeah.
Well, I also think, John, that maybe his gambling was a little out of control.
Well,
you think?
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who's for all the accolades and all the records that he has and everything that he accomplished. His career earnings were $7.1 million. Okay. This guy did not have FU money for the rest of his life based on playing baseball, and then he starts gambling. And then you hear the argument, well, he only bet on his team to win. So what's wrong with managing a game in June like it's Game 7 of the World Series? All right, you can argue that. What about the days when he did not bet on his team to win? And this is where it gets a little more nefarious, and Maz has brought this up too. Are you in so deep with the bookie at that point where you have an understanding like, hey, for the rest of the people betting, know that I'm not betting today on my team to win? What does that tell you about how this game is going to be managed and played today? Nudge, nudge, wink,
well,
wink.
That's the same thing I'm saying.
Can you give me some consideration on what I owe?
Right. That's the same point I'm making, is that if you manage a game in June like it's Game 7 of the World Series, that's compromising games in the future. If you blow through your bullpen in a 1 of 162 game, then the next 3 days your team's not going to be as effective.
Well, but my point goes beyond that.
But that's the same. Yeah, what I'm saying is it's the same thing. Maz took it to another level, which he could say to bookies, but I think that's even besides the point. But he could say to bookies, "Look, I went all in on this game. I'm not gonna. I can't pitch so and so and so and so and so. So if you'd like to bet against that, that's very possible and part of the problem. But it goes even beyond that. It's that you're managing differently in one game than you would in the next 3 games. You're leaving yourself vulnerable to losing, and those games are compromised. It's not only the gambling on the one game, it's compromising the next couple games, even if you're not gambling on them, even if you didn't go to a bookie. You've compromised those games for no other reason than your own selfish wants.
And there was also the way Pete Rose went about trying to get himself reinstated after the original punishment was handed down. You remember, he was shameless. I remember he used to sign autographs 2 blocks from the Hall of Fame on Hall of Fame weekend. He'd do everything he could to upstage those that were going in every single year. There was also a period of time where there was kind of a movement toward, okay, let's listen to what Pete Rose had to say. And I remember Pete Rose got an audience, and I forget who the commissioner was, and I was trying to look for the story earlier. I couldn't find it. But to my memory, he got himself an audience with Bud Selig or Bart Giamatti and started discussing about what would be the path for me to be reinstated. And after the meeting, the commissioner found out that Pete Rose was doing this because he had his autobiography coming out and wanted to boost sales. And so that was the end.
Well, he admitted in his autobiography that he bet on baseball. And then he came out and wrote another book, apparently, where he said he didn't feel it was morally wrong, which is fine. I didn't say he's going to end up in eternal damnation for what he did.
No, do whatever you want. You just can't be in this place.
And it's not only the Hall of Fame, it's just he can't be in baseball anymore. And it's not a big ask. You could still gamble all you want. You just can't gamble on your team. I do, and I hear gamblers. I think I've heard Lifshed say, but if he hasn't, I apologize. But I think I have. It's ridiculous. These leagues are making all this money from gambling. Okay, well, the guys that don't play can't gamble on it. Well, that doesn't seem right. Well, but it is. Your argument doesn't make any sense.
No. The drug companies advertising during NFL games for a steroid or deer antler spray, and the league is making money off of that. Does that mean you should be able to take it as a player? No. There are rules in place. There are things that as a player or a manager or a coach you can't do, even though the league might be in business with those companies that are offering up those services.
How about this? We advertise Bill Burr is coming to town. And in Bill Burr, in his stand-up act, he says the F word a bunch of times. We're not allowed to say the F word on the air. That's not fair. It's the same thing. Just because the NFL advertises gambling doesn't mean that they can gamble on it. I don't understand how people don't get it. That you can't have these guys throwing games.
You can't put yourself in a situation where it opens up the possibility of maybe he threw that game. Maybe
Yes.
That's it. That's the end of the story. 12 has been champing at the bit.
I want to get a little cute with the language here, but I'm not doing it as a bit. I'm doing it seriously. So this Rose got a lifetime ban from baseball, and of course that extends. He would have been an automatic first ballot Hall of Famer, so that extends to that. Now his life is over. Do you guys think that in the next decade, 20 years, the opinion toward Rose softens and he ends up being posthumously enshrined?
Why?
No. Cooper's
But why? What's the point?
Never.
I'm just asking.
No. But I'm not being combative. I'm
Yeah.
saying why.
Because you see that happen a lot of times with, there's almost like as soon as sure, the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame isn't the best analog.
It's a terrible analogy because it's not
a completely different thing. But the point that I'm getting to is opinions soften over time when people like Rose pass away.
Okay, but my point is this: what good does it do to anyone if he gets into the Hall of Fame? Like, what is it? Who is it a service to? the Hall of Fame continues to exist and be important without Pete Rose in it. What's the point of putting it in? Do you want to go put all the Black Sox scandal guys in? I mean, is that necessary? I think the Hall of Fame's been fine without them.
But those guys have been dead for a while. None of them have been reinstated. Pete Rose committed the cardinal sin. He won't be in.
No,
Another example is Alex Rodriguez, who did steroids after it was illegal to do steroids.
But
he's never going to get in either.
But the argument for steroids is a lot more gray than the argument for, because with steroids you're doing it to improve your performance, to have your team to win. There's no compromise in it.
But my point is, he broke the rules after they were reinstated. Those guys who did steroids before there were actual rules, that's where the gray area is. A-Rod knew the rules and broke them anyway. That's the difference.
But the problem with bringing up steroids is that it confuses the argument, because steroids, there are gray areas, and it's not. And all you are is trying to get better, and I just was trying to get better and stay healthy.
It didn't compromise the integrity of the game. It maybe compromised the integrity of the win, but it's still all about winning. Now, this is the one thing about inducting him posthumously, which I can't imagine anybody who was in favor of Pete Rose going into the Hall of Fame while he was alive, having him go into the Hall of Fame after he's dead and feeling good about it. Like all those, the supporters, and he's got a lot of supporters. People think he should be in. You think they're going to be happy that they went ahead and inducted him after he died and he wasn't allowed any type of vindication while he was alive? No, if I were one of those people, that would piss me off even more. You let the man go to his deathbed thinking, what he did was so wrong and unforgivable, and then you forgave him after he died. That's no good.
Yeah, and he was allowed to go make a living, and he played for 24 years. It's not like he was put in jail. I mean, he got to be in Vegas, where he loved to be. He got to gamble the rest of his life, which is what he wanted to do. So big deal. He didn't get into the Hall of Fame. He probably made, well, you said I didn't know that. It's interesting. He made $7 million in his career. I guarantee you he made way more than that after his career. And he did a show with JT the Brick, I found out last night.
Yes.
Boy, the notion of him doing autograph signings down the road from the Hall of Fame, that kind of smacks of John Daly setting up the RV in the Hooters parking lot.
That's exactly what that is.
Half a mile from Augusta National.
Yeah, but John Daly should be able to play golf. Just because he wears stupid pants as an alcoholic doesn't mean that he can't play golf.
But if you don't get invited to the tournament, people are here to see me anyway. I'm setting up in the Hooters parking lot.
Do you see how Hardy that Hardy is like? That's worse than killing a guy. like, come on, show some class. This is the Masters.
That's right.
Can't park your RV out here.
No, he's not even on the golf course. He's within range of it.
Yeah, that's not good.
No.
Technically, John, I think Augusta National does own that property. They just lease it out to the Hooters, and there's a Kroger there. I'm not even joking. Okay. I think they own all of it.
I didn't really?
They own so much land.
And they choose to let the Long John Silver be there?
They keep buying up land around the golf course. At some point, they're going to, if they don't own it already, they'll own that too.
That's interesting.
You know where it is, Fred.
I know of the area. I can't tell you, I know where, the entrance to Augusta is.
It's right there.
But I'm aware of Augusta. Augusta's a real dump. And Augusta's never going to be nice. There's no geographic reason for it to be nice. There's no reason for anyone to live there. It's not in a, geographic, there's mountains and lakes and in the ocean. There's nothing there that you would want to have it. It's the most random place for it to be. And it's impoverished. I mean, really. I mean, it's not a good place to live. So there you go. Be Real says your boy Jim Gray railroaded Pete Rose. That's right. I forgot that. Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame. because Jim
We'll
Gray.
have to do this again later because we didn't even get to listen to the Joe DiMaggio penis story. I mean, this is what we should have probably led with here.
I would imagine DiMaggio had something to brag about.
It's 34 seconds. Do you want it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're down in, as you may not know, South Vietnam is a jungle.
He went to Vietnam with Joe DiMaggio on a tour.
Yeah, 23 days I lived with Joe. And it's so hot you can't sleep, and all of a sudden Joe says, I got to take a shower. I said, Joe, we're not downtown Saigon. We're in the damn middle of the jungle. He said, I don't give a darn. I'm Joe DiMaggio. I got to take a shower. So the only way you could take a shower there is a guy had to get up on a chair, me, have a bucket of water, pour it into this canvas thing, pull the chain, and the guy underneath took a shower. I gave Joe DiMaggio a shower. Now, the best way to describe Joe DiMaggio is he was was a penis with a man hanging from it.
No one else is laughing.
Because it's Francesa. And Francesa does not have for that childishness. No. You know how you can tell Joe was like that? 2 reasons. Marilyn Monroe liked him even though he was ugly. And the size of his face.
Oh, is that right?
To my, what I seem to think is if someone's got a big, like long, big face, that generally they're packing heat.
Well, I love it.
Oh, I bet you love it. Is packing
he is
heat.
rumored to have that. Steve Martin, John Hamm.
Yeah, because it's
I
John
keep a
Hamm.
mental Rolodex of all the
Huey
allegedly
Lewis,
well-endowed celebrities.
Well, we can go through it real quick. Milton Berle, Huey Lewis, James Woods. And you were saying, so now we know Joe DiMaggio.
Yeah.
I can say from my own experiences, Chris Webber and Dennis Rodman. From seeing them myself, with my own naked eye. Who else is a notoriously large penis?
I don't know. Milton Berle was the best story, though, when someone like Errol Flynn wanted to have a penis measuring contest one night, and it was said that Milton Berle took out just enough to win. Like, here, is that what you got here? It's such a pain to get all of this out of the trousers. Here, that's enough to beat you. I don't have to unfurl the rest of it.
Adam, you're a big Saturday Night Live geek. Have you seen the Milton Berle hosted episode?
Oh, it's incredible.
It's incredible.
It's incredible.
He could not be worse.
Just completely ruins the entire show in the worst / best possible way.
It's a unmitigated disaster. But did you see the Don Rickles one? Where Rickles goes off script. It's with Eddie Murphy and Joe Piscopo, and Rickles goes off script, but they're all dying laughing, and Rickles is actually funny.
Yeah.
And like it is charming in a way. Yeah. Burl is doing spit. He's on this like subversive comedy show, and he's doing spit takes and like dressing up as a lady.
And they told Lorne Michaels, "Don't worry, he's going to get a standing ovation at the end of whether it was his monologue or the end of the show."
I think he sang his monologue, or sang at the end of the show.
And they're like, "Please don't, please don't, please don't." And he had planted like 4 people in the audience to stand up and applaud, and no one else stood up and applauded.
It's great. It's something that everyone should watch at least once. All right, John and I were out at the Bruins media, and we got to talk to Jim Montgomery, who's a guy that in my very few meetings with him I actually really like. And we talked to him, and what a day to talk to him when all this drama with Swayman's going on, and he doesn't so much get into Swayman as he does the people that will be playing instead of Swayman on opening night. Toucher and Hardy be listening at 7:50 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to each Boston show for the Dropkick Murphys St. Patrick's Day weekend celebration, March 14th and 15th at the MGM Music Hall at Fenway, and March 17th at the House of Blues Boston. Tickets for all shows are on sale now at Ticketmaster.com. And John and I were out at the big Bruins Media Day, and that, of course, was the same place that Neely came out and said there were 64 million reasons why Swayman should sign with the Bruins, meaning that 8 years, $8 million is inferring what they had offered him, which was not a mistake. Everything they said was not a mistake. Jacobs was on the panel, so was on the dais or whatever it is, was Sweeney, Neely, Montgomery. They were all up there. But John and I talked to Jim Montgomery. And should we just play it? Here is John and I with Jim Montgomery on a very controversial day of the Bruins.
Hi, we are Toucher and Hardy, but Hardy's not here. John Wallach is here, and you'll be happy to know that John was wearing a hoodie during the show, and then he switched into a button-down shirt so he would look more professional.
Jim Montgomery, you have to admit you're a little impressed by this, that I dressed up for the occasion.
I am very impressed. You know, I don't shop where he bought that shirt, but that's okay.
That's okay, but it's way better than that. You know, that hoodie there. It just shows he doesn't care.
All right,
he just
John,
shows up.
You're scrambling, but Jim Montgomery is, of course, the head coach of your Boston Bruins. How was the offseason for you?
Off-season was excellent for the majority of it. My family and I just stayed right here in Boston. Did a lot of great things in and around here, and the weather was fantastic. Played a lot of golf. Went to London as a family, so the summer was great.
Do people know you in London when you walk around? Does anyone come up to you and go, "You're the coach of the Bruins"?
No, two people, and they were wearing Bruins hats.
Do you think that's sad? When you go out of the country and there are people wearing Bruins hats?
I think it's great. It just speaks volumes about how great the city is and how lucky we are. Whether you're a Celtic, you're a Patriot, you're a Red Sox, obviously, with how long they've been so great in this town. And the Bruins, it's a great, passionate sports town. And I've been in other cities where it's not the same. And it's great to be in a city where we matter, and the pressure that comes with that is also very healthy, in my opinion.
Do you talk to Missoula at all? Like Mayo talks to Missoula, like some of those guys, and you see Belichick with Brad Stevens and stuff. Do you ever talk to those guys?
Yeah, I've talked to Joe a handful of times. I was here at the championship game. After they won, I wanted to see what it looked like, what the city was like, and as with my 13-year-old son, and we were just blown away. Again, it's why the city's great. And my conversations with Joe have been great. I've talked to Bill in the past. I've not talked with Coach Cora yet, but it's something that I have on my docket.
Did Missoula talk about he's philosophical things and things of that nature? He sounds like a lot of times like he talks like he just read 5 self-help books and memorized them.
Yeah, I love his calmness. He just seems like he's always at peace.
See, I don't get that read at all.
The word I know, and I do some Celtic games from time to time. The word I think of when I think of Joe is intense more than calm.
Yeah, but there's I agree that he's intense, but there's a confidence in that delivery that he's calm. He's so well prepared, in my opinion, and I think you see that with, his demeanor on the bench. I don't watch him at all 80. Is it 82 or 84 games? 82, yeah. But just my conversations with him, we talked about early on how we both came in and the defensive structure was really good. We were going to add to the offensive structure, and obviously watching them go through what they went through last year after, losing to Miami and how they overcame that and how dominant they were is something that, clearly I'm trying to learn from.
And by the way, you talk about parades. I've been here since 2006. I happen to be on a duck boat in the Bruins parade. But I will, because I'm a big hotshot. But I will tell you, and John, you would agree, and there's been a lot of championships since 2006. Biggest parade was the 2011 Bruins parade, by far. It took over the city. It was really magical. All right, let's get to this season. All right, so you've lost to Florida in the last 2 playoffs. they made deals. They traded sometimes scoring for, they got Kachuk in that way, and Kachuk's like a playoff guy. Would you agree with that? There are guys that are like made for the playoffs. You guys this season made some moves, and in some ways you got bigger. Is that a focus? Because I'm interested in the NHL. Like, is there a way that works in the regular season that you might be a better regular season team, but if you build your team in a certain way, maybe you're a little bit less in the regular season, but you're built for the playoffs? Is that true?
I think you're bang on with that assessment. And I think you have to have enough skill in the regular season to make the playoffs. And then you got to have enough grit and size or whatever elements of that. Like, Kachuk's not the biggest guy, but his grit, his compete, and how he wills other teammates into the battle, very much like Brad Marchand does for us. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Brad Marchand's not the biggest person in the world, but he's got the heart of a champion. And, I think that if they did an autopsy on him like they did on Secretariat, you're going to find his heart's 3 times bigger than the average human.
But who knows what they were? Who knows what they were pumping into Secretariat, though? Those were different times.
Maybe not the best comparison.
All right, but you feel this off season, because you guys made big moves. I mean, for a team that's established, you made some big moves. Do you feel that those moves had an eye on the playoffs?
Yeah, and I think it was also made for us to be able to continue to play the way we want to play in the regular season. When you're bigger like we are this year, there's a way that we feel we can play this year, playing in the offensive zone, wearing teams down over time. That's going to allow us to play like that in the playoffs, and it shouldn't be that big of a hurdle. We're going to go to another level, but the level is going to be the same style of play.
I wanted to ask you more to what Fred was talking about your new additions. First of all, the latest on Elias Lindholm, and second, Zadorov. To me, he seems to be that kind of playoff performer that Fred was talking about. A lot of grit, a lot of physicality, a lot of intimidation. Has he been as advertised since he got here?
Yes, he has. And, I think yesterday was our first day where we cut down to what we think is going to – well, we only have one group left, and you have, well, we hadn't had Coyle practice with Pasternak and Pav. And, we have the line separated because you're moving your key pieces around because you want everybody to know what it's like in practice, like a Bruin. But now we can bring them all together, and you can see Zadorov's level of intensity come up and the difference that he's going to make. But it's not only him. We have Kastelik, and he's been very impressive with how big and hard he is. And then we have other pieces of guys that we're still looking at camp, like Kepke and Tufte. And then Brazo's going to be with us for a full year. We haven't seen Jones yet. Mm-hmm. These guys are all 215 pounds and heavier.
All right, Jim. So Neely said, and he was talking about Swayman's contract negotiations. He said, I asked Swayman flat out if he wanted to play here, and he said he did. You agree with that? Have you talked to Swayman at all?
I know Swayman wanted. He wants to be a Bruin.
All right, very good. And then Neely said, I know that I'd have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now. Now, I know you're not involved in negotiations, and that's all other people's business, and I'm not putting that on you. How much are you thinking, honestly, like just thinking about it? It's not that it's going to affect you or anything, but how much are you thinking about Swayman's contract as the season is about to start?
I got to be honest. Like, when you're in training camp, it's the most demanding of time it is for a coach because you have so many groups and you have so many bodies and you have bodies moving that and it's a big focus on me for my own mental health is staying in the moment and being present. And with that, I really start to focus on, okay, who's playing well, and the goaltending part of our team. Bob Ascension does such a great job with it. Korpisalo has been unreal, and he's looked like every bit of a number one in 2 games he's played. He's been so calm in nets. He's made some saves that he shouldn't be making that has allowed us in those games to either win or get to overtime. And so I'm really comfortable right now with this is the group I have. Yeah, Jeremy Swayman, does he make the Boston Bruins better? We all know that. But right now I can't, my mind can't go there because now I start to think about things I don't control, which is the negotiation process. And that's not healthy for me. It takes away from the group.
You have the ability to be present, which is something I have not reached yet. All right, but Korpisalo, national people, what do I know? Like, national people were like, blah, blah, that why was that he included in the trade? But he played for teams that are just not as good as the Bruins defensively. And you're right, Senza has worked with goaltenders, and I don't think you've ever had a bad one since Senza's been here. You've had a top goaltender. I believe Olmark wasn't, universally looked at as like a Vezina goaltender. How big is Senza with that, and do you think he can do that with the goalies that you have now?
Yes, I do, because the best predictor of the future is the past. And Bob's past, it doesn't matter. You go through the years. He's been here, I believe, 22 years. It's a phenomenal track record. Goaltending's never been an issue here in Boston. And I think with Korpisalo, he's going to prove that once again.
Jim, one more question, and it's about your contract. I believe you're entering the last year. Have you had discussions with the organization about furthering your stay here?
We have had discussions. They've been very healthy. They've been very positive. And that's all I'm going to comment on that, because I think that should stay internal between the Boston Bruins and especially Don Sweeney and I.
Yeah, because they don't change GMs around here. You never notice that?
Just coaches.
There's like 4 GMs in the last 70 years.
Well, Sinden was here for a long time. That makes a lot.
He didn't spend any money, John. He was not loved. All right. Well, Jim Montgomery, listen, we always appreciate when you sit down with us, which is you don't call on the show enough, which I don't think is asking a lot of you. It's just calling in.
I don't think you guys ask.
Oh, Jim.
You see, now you've opened up the door.
I got a phone right here, baby.
Honest
you
to God.
put your number in
We'll
there.
call
We can
once
talk
a
whenever
week,
you want.
man. Don't tease us.
All right. Well, Jim, listen. Everyone loves Jim Montgomery.
Now you and I are negotiating. I like it.
Oh, you want to get paid? All right. So listen.
I didn't say that, but now you bring it up.
But, all right. This is funny. You'll actually think this is funny. So Claude Julien did pre-game interviews. I think you probably do them too for the radio broadcast, right?
Yep.
And so you get, at least he was getting paid, and he didn't want to get paid money. He wanted to get paid in appliances because he didn't want to pay the taxes on it. So, he would be like, I want this refrigerator, and they would have to manage how to get that to him.
Does that sound like?
Are you as shrewd as
my
Claude
wife's
Julien?
listening right now. She'd be like, because I've heard about this washer and dryer we have right now.
Yeah. So if you're as shrewd as Claude, you can really avoid taxes. I think the IRS can't go after him now. It's been too long. All right. Jim Montgomery, coach of the Bruins, we always appreciate you. Best of luck this season. It's always great to see you. It's a tradition here for us to be out, and we appreciate it. That's Wallach and I. There's no Hardy. And
that's true.
We are at the Bruins Media Day, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Sports Hub headlines. Boston sports.
And I have had many offers to become an insider. Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And I find myself consistently critiquing, sometimes good, sometimes bad, other broadcast entities. For instance, I think Tom Brady did a great job last weekend when he brought out his notes about how what teams he was considering when he ultimately went to Tampa Bay, and we went after Baker Mayfield and basically calling him a pussy and saying, like, look, if I want to have fun, I'd take my kids to Disneyland. I like that. But then again, I realized the foible of hiring Pat McAfee, and that because he had all those views on the internet, on YouTube, because of his relationship with Aaron Rodgers, and as a broadcaster, he's terrible. So there you go. And I think I made an offhanded statement saying I really should I should really program like a cluster of broadcast entities, and then you guys called me out on it, and I said I could do it, and so here we are. So you occasionally, Artie, you've brought some shows to my attention.
Yeah, we've listened to various shows from various markets. We listened to one format flip where the station became the Twister. That was a great bit of marketing and imaging, but this is a tried and true favorite, Fred, and maybe the best moment from the best show that's ever graced the airwaves. The Holy Grail. I want to thank Jack Gill once again, who led me to a website that has every MP3 of every segment, all but one, of the David Lee Roth morning show. One segment in particular, it has been made available in a few places. So I wouldn't consider this a drop in the Holy Grail, because this one has made the rounds a little bit. But this is the morning after David was called in and given the ultimatum: start doing a good show or it's all over. And here's why you're not doing a good show. Here's what would make for a good show. And this is what David Lee Roth did.
Now, this happens. Now, two things. I'm not critiquing this because I've never heard it, and I just want to hear it because I've heard so much about it. This is in broadcast lore. And second of all, I think we all know people that are going through this very experience right now.
And if you've heard us do this before, he had guys in there playing guitar live with, music tracks. They were track blasting, he called it. He had his bodyguard Animal. He had his Uncle Manny, who would sit in for hours on the show. He had a cast of characters. The cast of characters is now gone. The track blasting is now gone.
They're making him play music?
They told him...
That's in case you missed the reference earlier.
They
wanted to make sure you drove that one home.
They told him get rid of that stuff.
Yeah.
And this is what he did.
FM.
Here you can be free. David Lee Roth.
Roth on the radio, first thing in the morning, Mark Chernoff Show, starring D-Row. You want to read the funnies?
I was thinking about that since you turned the page.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. On behalf of Tom Gisano, we're going to read the funnies.
All right, so Mark Chernoff.
Mark Chernoff and Tom Chiusano were his bosses at the time, and the only other voice you hear is the guy running the board. That is the guy from...
That's Hutch.
Hutch, who worked
That's
at
right.
CLX in Boston, right?
Yeah, where David Lee Roth did his auditions at WZLX in Boston, and everyone went, that didn't go well, except for the company, who then said, take the whole Eastern Seaboard, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, Howard Stern seemed to do well. I think, just give him, 1/3 of your stations. You'll take off like nobody's business. We'll give you Philadelphia, Miami, Boston, New York City. Just have fun.
So poor Hutch is alone in a studio with David Lee Roth doing this show.
Is Hutch still in radio, by the way? Does anyone know?
I don't believe he is.
He probably wanted to get the hell out of radio.
Oh, after this? Yeah, I would think.
Yeah.
You want to read the funnies?
I was thinking about that since you turned the page.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. On behalf of Tom Gisano, we're going to read the funnies. Galaxy Insurance. Regretfully, we are declining your application for life insurance. And there's a picture of an old man with a Martian. Then we have the Flying McCoys. Tell me more about these feelings of inferiority. And there's a psychiatrist sitting with his legs up on the patient.
Did you guys hear this live?
Yes.
Yes.
You did?
I'm having a physical reaction to hear. Anytime you guys play this Roth audio, I have like a physical reaction to it. I get sick.
Because part of me is saying, wow, good for him. He doesn't want this job at all anymore.
See, to me, this doesn't give me the same reaction as when he was trying to do actual bits. And
Same with me.
He would start, like we will in a few minutes when the great Andrew Callahan will join us, right? So we're going to talk Patriots, blah, blah, blah. He would start the 8 o'clock hour by saying, all right, David Lee Roth show, we're going to talk about abortion.
All right.
Where do you stand on it? Well, I'm all about making the babies. But what happens afterward?
With that music in the background.
Yeah, well, that's what you do.
We're going to talk about the war. Are you for it or against it? I'll go first. I don't really know.
Well, I mean,
I haven't really made up my mind if it's a good thing or a bad thing.
I guess he gets some credit. He originated Joe Murray's In or Out segment. Like, he basically invented that, right?
Well, no, but he's stealing that from Stern, because what would Stern, the guy he was replacing, Stern would often come on the air and he would say, "What do you think about abortion? I'll take calls."
Yeah.
All right. And so he's reading. So, because in a way, I appreciate this. He's willing to just sound like a complete fool. And I guarantee you guys didn't turn this off.
No.
When he started reading the funny pages, you were probably like, what's going on? There's a man having a mental breakdown.
Because you thought at any moment like it was just going to go dead air and this would be over.
Right.
Yeah. Oh, is today the day? Is today the day?
We were all rooting for it.
Yep.
And then we have Marmaduke.
It actually legitimately made me laugh. The first two I'd never heard of.
And then we have Marmaduke. Okay. The dog is looking at a puppy, and the lady says, "Don't get any ideas." What is that? Another phone call?
Is that a dirty thing? Like,
oh yeah.
Like no. But is that the real cartoon? Like Marmaduke is looking at a puppy, and the mom says, "Don't get any ideas."
How else would you interpret that?
Well, like he wants to have sex with the puppy?
No, I think it's don't go get anyone pregnant and bring any puppies home. I think because I believe Marmaduke is a pretty G-rated cartoon or comic strip.
Well, there's that's open to a lot of interpretation.
Don't kill the puppy again.
Well, if you let the clip play, Roth gets into that interpretation. Oh no, he doesn't.
No,
right.
Well, I thought you were scolding me for a moment.
No,
you were
no,
being
no,
sarcastic. All right.
What is that? Another phone call? No, I don't want to talk about this. Obviously, we all feel bad about how I'm being treated. It's like calling up about Eddie Van Halen. Enough's enough. The fellas at CBS know what they're doing. You got to understand, guys, these are characters in their 50s. Most of them are grandfathers who live over in Jersey in McMansions. That's what I call them. And they give their kids houses for a bar mitzvah present. And the nannies drive Beamer SUVs. And meanwhile, Joel the daddy has all of the personality of a small soap dish. Mark Chernoff has all of the hipness and forward-thinking cool of a burqa. And that's who's created this catastrophe here.
Yeah, they gave you the job. I mean, they deserve everything they're getting. I mean, they really do.
That's the irony.
Yeah, the irony is that, yes, they are very much to blame.
Yep.
They put you on the air. And you should be pissed because it's not David Lee Roth's fault that they put him on the air and he sucked at it. The people that are in broadcasting should know he'd be no good at it.
Anyone who listened to those auditions knew it was not going to work, and they still went through with it, and that's wild.
All they had to do was put someone who was a broadcaster on the broadcasting stations. They instead put a guy who had never broadcasted before and was a charismatic guy. But by the way, he couldn't coexist with his band. He was too much for his band. He was too schmaltzy for his band. And they hired him. Good. I'm glad David Lee Roth did that. That's the first clip we've ever played. I'm on David Lee Roth's side. And I'm with you. This isn't nearly as embarrassing when he's trying.
No.
This is 100 times better.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hopefully Andrew Callahan will try and won't just come in here and read.
The funny papers.
Like Chester the Molester from Hustler, if you recall. That's when you opened up a Hustler and you went, this is just not good. This is not good. That's a real cartoon from Hustler. That was in every issue. Not good. All right.
Well, some of them were funny.
No, they really weren't. They all were kind of the same.
What about the one with the puppy?
Yeah, right. Be car number 10 to
Chester,
the
don't get any ideas.
Be car number 10 to the contest line at 617-931-0985 to win a pair of tickets to each Boston show for the Dropkick Murphys St. Patrick's Weekend Celebration, March 14th and 15th at MGM Music Hall at Fenway, and March 17th at House of Blues in Boston. Tickets for all shows are now on sale at Ticketmaster.com.
This is 98.5 The Sports Hub, Beasley Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Bruins and Philadelphia Flyers will play an exhibition game at TD Garden tonight. The Bruins are 1-2-1 on their 7-game exhibition schedule. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the call at 7 o'clock right here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. The big story of yesterday involved Jeremy Swayman. Bruins president Cam Neely has become frustrated with contract negotiations with his restricted free agent goaltender.
I don't want to get into the weeds with what his ask is, but I know that I have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now.
Swayman's agent countered last night by saying that number had never been brought up in negotiations. Patriots players have today off. They'll practice tomorrow as they get ready for a home game against Miami on Sunday. Gerard Mayo confirmed yesterday Kendrick Bourne will return to practice tomorrow. The Dolphins and Patriots will both enter Sunday's game with records of 1-3. Miami got blown out at home by Tennessee last night, 31-12. Detroit handed Seattle their first loss, 42-29. Red Sox held their end-of-season press conference yesterday. Team CEO Sam Kennedy said ownership did not do enough to help the roster. In other baseball news, Pete Rose passed away at the age of 83. Atlanta and the Mets split a doubleheader yesterday, allowing both teams to make the National League playoffs. And former Red Sox chief baseball officer Chaim Bloom will become the St. Louis Cardinals president of baseball operations 1 year from now. And the Boston Globe reported yesterday the bank in charge of the sale of the Celtics will begin contacting prospective buyers this week. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the $14.99 big deal meals at the Nines. 4 new hearty full-size entrees like the roasted turkey dinner available every Monday through Wednesday for just $14.99. You gotta love the Nines. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8:30.
You want to talk sports? We want to talk sports.
Squeeze the chicken and open the mouth.
It's like we were meant for each other.
This is why you need us.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Twitch feed of this is going to be used all around the internet.
Get up.
The cat is finally out of the bag.
Get up.
We're back. Toucher and Hardy.
Get up.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
Obviously, we're disappointed with the first quarter of the season. We just have to do a better job coaching, a better job playing, and really taking advantage of our opportunities. Yesterday, we missed on our targets. You know, our targets coming off of the Jets week.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. You can watch us on YouTube. Search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. And then, I mean, you smash subscribe. Then the algorithm goes nuts. Nicholas has put all the lights on in the studio because he thinks we're going to get a video out of this for the big Toucher and Hardy Instagram page.
Hey. Ooh, pressure's on.
I mean, seriously.
Don't do bad. Do good.
Yeah, bring
do
your
good
A
this
game,
week.
Callahan. Jesus.
Do gooder than last week?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, I thought you were dead on last week.
All unusable. There was nothing.
Oh no, there was a video, and the engagement was off the charts.
Oh, well.
Still trailing Adolfo, but we all are, I feel like, in one sense or another.
I'll tell you, I put the first video we put up because the first time Adolfo was on the show, Nick didn't put a video up, much to the consternation of our program director, who then got me pissed at Nick. So Nick had to correct that post haste, but our program director Rick was right because the video that Nick put up of Adolfo, I mean, we've never. Usually they get like 100, 200 likes, thousands. Those videos usually don't do that well, but people wanted to see Adolfo.
It made me want to follow up on his dating life on a regular basis. Someone like I met for 30 seconds. He's coming in. I'm walking out last week, and I go, how's he doing? Is this working? Like, is he changing bits? How many women has he smoked with now outside that are now comforted by his company? Like, that was great.
Because he's not big on the apps, but he's big on IRL in real life.
Is that new for you when he dropped that?
I mean, I could figure it out. Like, I could decipher what it is. But I said to my daughter, I'm like, Adolfo said IRL, and she's like, I'd slap anybody, like, over the age of, like, 15 that said IRL. And I'm like, good. And she's 14.
I had the whole Riz thing explained to me.
That I knew.
It's Genesis and everything else. You know where Riz comes from?
Charisma.
Look at you. How about that? Andrew Callahan.
We're going to hear
Put
more
it
of
on
that
the
later, by
board.
the way.
Yeah. Well,
Put it on the board, Andrew Callahan.
Yeah, and if you're watching on YouTube, I mean, you can see Andrew Callahan. He's not hard on the eyes.
And
I'll tell you.
And I'm glad you had the right answer because I had already forgotten. I'm like, oh, it's a shortened version of another word, but it's like inside the middle of the word. I hope Callahan knows it.
I saw you hesitate going to the soundboard. I was like, does he know? Did I get this wrong? Like all in a split second that, low morning anxiety just hit.
Yeah, that's good though.
It's based on you're actually wrong. It's not charisma. It's based on Rizzo from Greece.
Oh,
it's
she was a firecracker.
Well, she was a bit of a loosey goosey girl, if you know what I'm saying. She'd give it up to anybody.
She got a bun in the oven. Rizzo's knocked up.
Yeah,
that's what Kanicki said at the drive-in.
Well, I don't think that was Kanicki's first. He had a terrible life post-Greece. All right, we're to Andrew Callahan. Hi, Andrew.
We were young there for like 2 minutes, and then we went straight to the 50s.
Well, that was the 70s, basically the 50s. And again, Andrew, I wasn't around when Greece was going strong.
Tour de force,
but I am aware of it.
Man,
I mean, sometimes people go like, "Oh, well, that's old," and I'll go, "Yeah, I wasn't watching it when it was in the theater. I'm aware of it now." Here we go. Andrew Callahan. All right, so look, Jacoby Brissett was bad on Sunday, correct?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
Okay. So Jacoby Brissett, we all know what he's doing. He's making $8 million. He's being a good soldier. He's taking the hits. He's being the tackling dummy, essentially, so Drake May doesn't have to play. But if he continues to be the reason that they're like, he's one of the main reasons they lost that game, would you say?
Yes. For the first time, yes.
Okay. So if that continues, let's start with this. I'm sorry to reverse. This is not a very good interview technique, but let's do this. How big a game is Miami? I'll start with this. How big a game is next week playing Miami in relation to this season? I know it's not, the biggest deal, but as far as this season goes, how big is that game at home against Miami on Sunday?
I'd say their second biggest game of the season because you look at it in a couple different ways. One, it's winnable, right? Number two, it's at home. Number three, the later you get in the season, the more important the games are. But you win that game at Cincinnati, and I remember writing after the fact, like, however the rest of the season goes, that's a moment in time that they can hold on to. They can look at and be like, hey, when we did what Gerard Mayo said in his debut, we will do something within relative history that's historic. Like, they had not won a game like that as big an underdogs as they were in 8 years. Bill tried to win that way the last 4 years, couldn't do it. That game is going to be among the most important, however this goes. But yeah, it's a big game. They need to get back on track. They need to use the formula that we saw weeks 1 and 2, running the ball, play defense, and not get out coached the way that they have in the last 2 weeks. Because in my opinion, that's as much of a reason that they lost as Jacoby Brissett or some of these defensive breakdowns that we saw in San Francisco.
Right. So it's a get-right game at home against a team that there's no reason they should lose to. Is that a pick 'em right now? I want to go see what that is.
Yeah.
But anyway, say that Brissett struggles in that game. What do you do if you're the Patriots?
Play him again.
Okay.
I mean, I would say this, though. Like, we can parse out struggling. Let's say it was as bad as it was in San Francisco.
Sure.
He gets at least one more start, in my opinion. Not just because I think he was among the reasons you won in Cincinnati and then should have won against Seattle, but also Houston's coming here and they're not messing around. So I'm not going to feed Drake May to the Wolves. I'll wait another week if this is the case and this is the outlook to Jacksonville, a team that we know stinks. You're in London. You'll be all right.
Two things. Patriots actually favored by 1.
Okay.
Over under of 35, but
Yeah.
you get that point.
Laying 1.5 on FanDuel.
Okay. So the other question kind of dovetail what you're talking about. Ian Rappaport had something Sunday morning about Drake May, the Patriots not believing Drake May was anywhere close to being able to play. So it would be Brissett, regardless of how he performs for the near future. Have you heard the same thing?
So what Ian said was he's weeks away. Or, excuse me, ways away.
Yes.
The graphic below on that clip said weeks away. That, of course, had my attention. And I think this is as much a conversation about what Drake May's doing in practice, which all accounts, thumbs up, like big thumbs up. Talking to guys last week, he's throwing no looks, he's making different reads, baiting safeties, doing all these different things, but also the situation. Because Gerard Mayo said yesterday, what Jacoby Brissett, even at his worst, is giving us is leadership, dependability, and toughness. That's what we need right now. I would argue the same thing. Like, you don't know what Drake May is going to be until we see him on the field. And what we saw, honestly, wasn't great against the Jets. It was one drive. Who cares? But that's what you're basing off of if you're saying, okay, we need to put him in. He can do this. Well, this is 4 of 8 for 22 yards. I think right now Drake May should sit on the bench. I think they have the right plan. It's frustrating, but he's going to play.
Okay, so Doug Kyde, your partner at the Herald, was on with Joe yesterday, and Joe asked him this question because I think he's on the same page. Joe is on the same page as me. Why don't you bring in another veteran quarterback? I'm going to ask you this every week, but I am. And now there's a different reason, too. A, the logic of having Drake May come in just because Brissett gets hurt. Or B, if Brissett struggles, and Kyde had a good reason why they shouldn't, but I'll get your opinion. You could bring in a vet, and if Brissett sucks again, then you don't lose the team. Conceivably, you don't lose the team because you put that veteran in, and that's gives you a better shot at winning. Now tell me why that's wrong.
So I don't think the Patriots are at risk of losing the locker room like they did last year with Mac Jones when they kept trotting him out because they were like, look, we know this option stinks. His backup, Bailey Zappi, just won't reach out and take the job because he's throwing more picks than Mac is in practice. Because when Jacoby Brissett is getting the snot beat out of him, he's actually engendering more respect in that locker room. They're all watching the same tape going, I can't believe he's getting up. And they said this not after the game on Sunday, when obviously he stunk. They're saying it before the game, the Jets game, the Seahawks game, the Bengals game. He was also voted a captain after being here for a handful of months. And that's it. Like, this is a guy that's been around, know what the deals is, and is still going out there saying, yeah, I'll get hit 10 times a game. I'm still going to get back up. So that's separate from the backup quarterback conversation. I would want one on the practice squad personally because you're just not going to play Joe Milton out there, much to my losing my mind moment from 2 weeks ago. But I would want one here. They just think Brissett's going to be durable enough to the point where, okay, he gets hurt in week 7 or 8, we'll play Drake.
See, I think
that's their thinking.
Yeah. And I think for their purposes, which they're never going to state out loud, and they're never going to admit to this, even with the win against Miami on Sunday, because they should, by all accounts, the way that team is behaving right now and all the issues they're going through. This season is not about making the playoffs. It's not even necessarily about getting anywhere close to 500. It's about starting to build something. And if you're talking about bringing in a veteran or someone else, it's all as a means to, get better and win games. And you could be in danger of losing the locker room if you are obviously throwing in the towel. But to make any moves, whether it's bringing in a veteran or doing anything else with the goal of winning football games, that's not really the goal.
No. But that's not necessarily why you bring in the backup. It's to protect May. Like that you would bring in there's a different. It would be, I guess, conceivably because Brissett's been struggling, but it also would be as a buffer for May. And by the way, Pop Douglas is walking around, pouting on the. You saw that Pop Douglas is pouting. Players are getting. I mean, Doug thought that there was a chance that players could get a little. That Mayo could start losing them a little bit, based on like body language and things that he's seeing as it goes on, but you disagree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at the receivers, they're going to lead the league in pouting, no matter what team you're talking about.
But maybe be better
not getting the ball, right? And I would say too, they've got gripes not just with the quarterback, but with coaching. Like the Patriots did try out this new quick passing plan that, for the most part, got the ball out of Jacoby Brissett's hands quicker than they had been. The issue is these routes are all in isolation. There's no motion. There's no assistance.
Right.
We're going to create stress in the defense with the way that these routes intersect. And we'll have you go in motion and then start the play and then have you turn upfield like you see a lot of teams do, like San Francisco, who did this all day Sunday. So what you're asking them to do is, hey, you need to win one-on-one. You need to do it really quickly. And when the other team knows you're getting the ball out, they drive on everything, which they did. Like, how many 3-yard curl routes did we see? This was 3 yards in a cloud of curl on Sunday, and they got so many passes batted away. You're going, how? Like, I get
AC Green.
This counts
in a dust storm.
This counts as like a quick passing plan, but you pulled this out of the discount bin all the way at the bottom for what's available.
That was Soglow's main competitor for a while.
Absolutely.
Curl.
I'll tell you this.
From the stain on the wall.
Yeah, that's right. All right, listen. So let's get into Alex Van Pelt when we come back, because Alex Van Pelt, There's a lot to ask. Is the pieces he has, is the strategy he has, as you just talked about? We'll get into all that.
I also want to ask Andrew something that kind of is to your point, Fred, about the protection of Drake May and how much more Jacoby Brissett is going to be able to take, because Andrew pointed out a couple of hits that Brissett took in that game, and like I don't know how he's getting.
It's insane.
Yeah, I know. It's basically you're getting $8 million to be hurt.
Yeah, you're not going to make it to
get beat up.
Yeah, you're getting. I mean, you could get a guy
kicked out of
you could have gotten someone for less, but he's earning every bit of that $8 million. I mean, he didn't play well, but I mean, he's a tackling dummy right now. That offensive line is one of the worst. I mean, I don't break down every film of every game, but that's one of the worst offensive lines I've ever seen. All right, we'll be back. And I watched the Jets last year. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Passing explosion.
98.5 The Sports Hub.
I'm not trying to send mixed messages. And when I said, the right to change my mind, I'm talking about the entire team. I said, because the thing about it, I always reserve the right to make a change at any given time. And so, I don't want the fans or anyone to think, what is he talking about? Jacoby's 100% our starter. He's 100% our starter, and that's how we're going to look at this going forward.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. Be listening at 8:50 for your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Jon Stewart on October 26th at the Hanover Theater and Conservatory in Worcester. When you get political enough that you get to play conservatories. Limited tickets are still available at the hanovertheater.org. Real quick, Hardy, a long time ago, gave me a Jon Stewart book, and I was like, why? Jon Stewart's writing, fictional books. And it was funny, but more than that, it's like Jon Stewart, it wasn't political. It was just like a comedy book. I'm like, this guy's doing historical comedy. This guy's pretty smart. This is a man who was paid attention in school. He worked at a very famous punk club in New Jersey during the glory years of that club. Saw many, many bands. Was it L'Amour? What's the name of it, Adam? You're an East Coast kid.
You got me stumped.
Jesus Christ. I have to call Eddie Trunk now. Go ahead. You had something for Andrew Callahan from the Herald.
How much more?
The Patriots.
How much more can Jacoby Brissett take? You were kind enough to go back and find a few plays where he took hits, sacks, some just after the ball had actually left his hands. But you got to wonder, because also this, Andrew. We all remember his time when he got the starts here when Tom Brady was serving the 4-game suspension, and he was durable for game and a half, 2 games, and then he wasn't able to go anymore. This is apparently a little bit tougher, Jacoby Brissett, but you can only take so much.
Yes. And the thing that scares me, Hardy, is not that Jacoby Brissett isn't getting up. He's still getting up in a way that normally there would be a body there outlined, crime scene situation, the way he's getting hit and driven into the turf. It's that his performance under pressure has progressively gotten worse in a way that reminds me, loosely, he's a better quarterback, he's a tougher player, but what we saw with Mac Jones last year. Mac Jones in weeks 1 and 2, people forget, against Philly and the Dolphins, was really competitive, really composed under pressure. Plays kind of crappy against the Jets in week 3. Just like Jacoby Brissett, then goes on the road in a game the Patriots get blown out and has a pick 6 and falls apart, just like Jacoby Brissett. So against pressure yesterday, or 2 days ago, he was 5 of 13 with a pick and 6 sacks. So to me, if this continues to trend that way against Miami, where the first sign of pressure, he's kind of bailing, he had good plays against pressure, that to me is, okay, this is a compound effect that's a real problem that he might not be able to come back from.
But then you can't play May. Because if that's happening to a veteran, then you can't play May in that situation, can you?
And it hasn't happened yet. We remember Mac Jones against the Saints was like, oh, you thought the Cowboys game was bad, right? That was booed off the field at halftime. Bad. I don't think that's going to happen with Jacoby Brissett, for the record, not to mention the pass rush of the Dolphins. Not as good as what he saw in San Francisco against the Jets. But this is the worst pass-protecting offensive line I've ever seen. And I watched the tape. This is that bad. This is historically bad so far.
And you were telling us we were worried about the left tackle going in the game against San Francisco, and you were saying, well, there are ways to mitigate that. You can motion a wide receiver over there. You can put an extra tight end over there. You can have the back chip on the way out. None of that mattered. None of it. And I saw I was looking for it during the game. They tried that. They lined up 2-3 tight ends to Bosa's side. It didn't matter. The tackle was bad. The offensive line is bad. It doesn't matter what they try and scheme up. It's all bad.
So it mattered at left tackle, which I was shocked going back and watching this, being like, okay, when are the hurries coming? Where are the hits? Where are the sacks? There are 4 in the first half. I have none marked down for like the first 20 minutes of the first half. DeMontre Jacobs, who's now in our lives as the Patriots left tackle, gave up 1 hurry in the whole first half because of the help you're talking about. Hunter Henry, go over here. Ramondre Stevenson, chip on your way out. That was fine. What was not fine was Layden Robinson, the rookie right guard, getting tossed around like a rag doll, specifically at the end of the first half. He gave up as many pressures as DeMontre Jacobs did. So you have 2 linemen on their own giving up 10 pressures. There are 3 others on the field. That's how bad it was because the plan that they had worked initially, and then they went away from it. Nothing, as you said, mattered.
Okay, so we know that the offensive line is the worst pass protecting offensive line you've ever seen. We know this receiver group is not very good, John and Hardy. But
well, it's so difficult to tell. But go ahead.
But you said that from your perspective, the play calling has been not imaginative at all. How much is Alex Van Pelt to blame for what's going on right now?
Yeah, so I would say, I don't know what we're doing, like blame pie or percentage-wise, but if you want to ballpark it, 30 to 40%.
Okay, so you think with a more inventive offensive coordinator, this offense would be moving more?
It would be better, appreciably better. I don't know. Like, again, we're talking about an offensive line that flip a coin, if it comes up heads, is giving up pressure that snap. That's what the pressure rate is right now. The receivers are not getting open against man coverage. That's up to them. Coaches get you open against zone. Receivers have to just free themselves one-on-one. That's not really happening. But to the point about coaches getting you open versus zone, San Francisco just plays zone. That's like all they do. Patriots average 3.5 yards per drop back against zone coverage against San Francisco. That's with a pass protection plan that helped against Nick Bosa. That's with a quick passing game that got the ball out of Jacoby Brissett's hands. It went nowhere. That shouldn't happen when you're dropping back to pass and you're going basically 10 feet when they're in zone coverage. So it's not just that and the stats and whatever happened in the talent. The bones of this offense are from Green Bay about 10 years ago. Like Mike McCarthy offense, old school West Coast offense, which is timing, a lot of isolation routes. It's on the receivers to win one-on-one. And that worked when he was working with Aaron Rodgers and Jordy Nelson, Devontae Adams, and Greg Jennings. It doesn't work when you have KJ Osborne and Pop Douglas and pick Tyquan Thornton or Jalen Polk. They're not good enough yet to do that. So they need to give them more help with the way they're designing and calling the offense.
Talk to me about Alex Van Pelt's thinking, play calling, where you have 4th and 1, you kind of fake a tush push, then you call timeout, and after the timeout, you run the ball right into the center of the line with a backup center.
Not great. I will say.
You were saying Alex Van Pelt's 30 to 40%. How much of the blame pie is there?
I would say ponderous.
Yeah.
But you know what? I don't know who else you can put in there when David Andrews is out. Do you want to go to the 3rd string center?
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about the play calling behind that guy. You ran right behind that guy who has proven not to be good. One would think maybe a different formation, different personnel. You had a timeout to think about it, and you still came up with that.
The fastest way to go from point A to point B is a straight line. Like Nick Leverett or not, you just got to go straight ahead. But the other thing is, too, when you look at the start of the 3rd quarter, I thought they were going to run. The Niners thought they were going to run. The whole stadium thought they were going to run, and they booted and threw a play-action touchdown to Austin Hooper. Wide open. That's a good play call by him. It does not wash out, does not erase, it does not cancel all the bad play calls that you're talking about. But I look at this and go, the talent is chiefly the number one problem. Second to that is, okay, what are you doing with it? Because the less talent you have, the more coaching matters. And this is where you see, and he even admits, I think this was last week, going, yeah, I probably went too pass heavy. The week before, 2 weeks before that, going, I didn't have as many plays as I needed on the play sheet. He's got growing pains. He's a 54-year-old man, but he's a first-time play caller full-time since 2009. These are those growing pains.
Speaking of centers, what is David Andrews' status?
I don't know yet. I've reached out a couple people on that. Nothing back yet. I will say that is, for my money, top 5 toughest guy in the locker room, probably top 3. And so for him to go out after one drive where I couldn't even identify the play that he got hurt on, but no physical signs of having a shoulder injury, that seems like bad news to me because he would tough it out in any way that he could.
All right. Oh, sorry. I was eating, so I turned off my mic. Respect for you guys.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Very impressive. You didn't have to hear me chewing.
Very respectful.
Yeah.
Have a meal of food
thanks,
while Andrew's
Fred.
sitting here pouring his heart out.
Do you want it to get cold and have me suffer?
Yes.
Yes.
You would really like that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
God, you're selfish. So if David Andrews is out, you've already said the line, and David Andrews is a good center. I mean, he's good as it goes in terms
one of the two guys you can point at and go, that guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah, if you were around the league and you said David Andrews is your center, you'd be like, hot dog, this is my center.
That's a guy.
Yeah, so if he's gone, I'm worried. At this point, I'd be like a little
I'm starting
worried.
to have some questions about this offensive line.
No, but seriously, like David Andrews, if he was like a street free agent, right?
Yeah.
People would be like, "Oh, give me him!" Like,
Right.
Ragnow's better than him. There's not I don't know how many people are better than David Andrews.
What's the food that you say opposite of hot dog when you're like, oh no, David Andrews out? Like hot dog, I can sign David Andrews. SpaghettiOs, like David Andrews is out. What are we going with?
Yeah,
here?
it would be like, well, I don't know, whatever garbage you want to throw my way. But so if he's out, is there anything they can do at that point? Can they run? Can they establish a running game with David Andrews out? I'll say that.
How many bites do you want in this break? I'll go 20 seconds. We can do 30.
Everything that needed to be
45.
hot has been consumed.
Oh, good.
Nice. Good. Yes, they can still run the ball, but the pass protection could also get worse because David Andrews, as a center in Alex Van Pelt's offense, is in charge of the protections. This is not Tom Brady at the line controlling every little facet of the offense, protections, audibles, route changes. That's on the center now to do that. And if Drake May comes in, it will be more so on him than Jacoby Brissett, who can say, oh, you missed this. Here comes the backside blitzer through the B gap. We got to account for him. This goes to Nick Leverett, who's not really played center in the NFL, botched 3 or 4 snaps in training camp. Didn't botch any Sunday. Credit to him. I only had him down for 1 pressure allowed and basically the entire game. But it's obviously going to be worse. I think the mistakes will be worse, even if you get the same rate of them, if that makes sense.
Okay, so Ramondre Stevenson establishing the running game. He's fumbled in 4 straight games. Belichick would have him out by now.
Yeah, on the street.
Well, he would have him he would have him sitting. I mean, you agreed that he would bench Ramondre Stevenson.
Oh, my God. I would have benched Ramondre Stevenson on Sunday.
Okay, so we've talked to some people about it. There's been mixed reviews, but everyone agrees that no matter what you achieve running the ball, you fumbling it and turning it over in 4 consecutive games pretty much negates anything positive that you've done. And there have been a couple games, whether it's his fault or not, he hasn't performed. I mean, he hasn't gotten the yards. What do you think Mayo's tactic should be with Ramondre Stevenson? Were you surprised? I guess he sat out a series. Were you surprised that there wasn't more of a message sent his way?
I was shocked. Actually shocked. And when we talked to Mayo after the game, his quote was more about Ramondre's body language because he spoke with Ramondre right after the fumble. He goes, that's not really what we want. The fumbling, no one's more disappointed than him. It is what it is. Like the sound of that in a vacuum is like your kid coming home from school and faking that he's upset he got a D in the test, and then he gets to go to his room, no punishment. It's like, all right, cool. Like I know Ramondre's upset, but there got to be consequences for giving the ball away to the other team, or at least risking that 4 games in a row. You're the best player. You're touching the ball on basically half of your snaps. If you're then fumbling it once out of every 20 times, you are hurting the rest of your teammates, the rest of your coaches, the whole offense that needs all the help it can get. I thought he should have at least sat through halftime because right now there's been no consequences. And the head coach is going, oh, it is what it is. That's it?
Right. Especially with fumbling, which you can avoid, right? Someone punches a ball out, you go, all right. 4 games in a row, that's an issue. That's it. And anything, so you agree, anything he does, as important as he is for this team, gets essentially negated every time he turns the ball over. It's worse to turn the ball over than it is good to run for 70 yards.
If you have anything else, and you brought up Belichick at the beginning of this, the old coach would have said, yes, because you have Tom Brady in there, and even if you don't have any other weapons, he's going to elevate somebody else, and they're going to figure out a way to do it. That's all they have. You have a quarterback who can't pass. He doesn't have time to pass. You have other guys who can run the ball, I guess, but if you're looking at offensive high watermark for the season, all right, it was 3-4 weeks ago now in the season opener against the Bengals, but that's it. That's all you've had. Ramondre Stevenson is responsible for the one offensive bright spot you've had this season, so if you sit him, that's another message to the locker room. I'm not sure which is the worst message to be sending, by not sitting him or sitting him and saying, I know what this means, guys. We literally have no offense now. But we got to send a message about fumbling. Well, wait a second. We have no offense? Nah, no offense. But that's the message we got to send because he coughed the rock up a couple times.
Well, it's not even a message, though. Like, if he's fumbling, do you have offense then with him on the field? Like, that's the point where I'm at, to the point of negation. Like, if he's having 100 yards and a touchdown around the fumbling, you go, okay, we can stomach this. And that's not on him, right? Like, they need to clear more running lanes. But he's not doing that. He's not even getting to 100 yards total the last 2 games, rushing and receiving. So he is their best player. That's why he's still on the field. And they're not saying, take a hike. We'll see you in London. Like, we just can't put you out there. No, we have to put you out there. My point is, if you're going to fix this, if you're going to really send a message to him, who told me after the Jets game, like, yeah, just hold it. I just got to hold it better. I didn't really learn anything. This is just another loss. Like, that's not good enough. Wow. You're giving the ball away. They talk about ball security is job security. Okay, well, stop talking the talk and walk the walk.
Yeah. All right, it's good stuff. Andrew Callahan, and we have Andrew Callahan's famous segment, 2 Stats and a Lie, which I believe someone won last week.
The two of you won last week.
Yeah, you didn't.
I did not. I am still winless against Andrew Callahan.
I'm bringing it today, by the way.
Andrew, is it almost
really? Set with last week, 1 and 2.
Is it almost cruel to have John participate because it just hyper focuses on his idiocy?
If we let Ramondre Stevenson go out there a 4th time and fumble a 4th time, and that be okay, we can let John try to go 0 for 4 here with the 4th time we play in this game. We give him one more shot.
All right, very well.
Can we also, if we get this segment sponsored, can we get like a court reporter in here with a little oxygen mask to take dictation of the stats because they are so convoluted and so difficult for me to comprehend sometimes. I have to take notes.
You got to dumb it down. You got to dumb it down.
You don't have to dumb it down, but I do. I would like some record of it. You're telling me you understand everything that he said and he remembers all the stats from this as we've been doing it for a few weeks, John?
I think that they're not straightforward, but I understood what he was asking. I got it wrong.
I could write him out. How about that? We got a break coming up.
I don't need you to write them out.
I don't either.
That's no good for the audience.
I'll write them out myself.
Okay. Yeah. The audience can't write them out.
You don't have to write them down for me.
No, I'm going to write them out. We got you. I'll be your court reporter. Your hero, baby.
I'm your Huckleberry.
And by the way, John Stewart worked at City Gardens from 1984 to 1987 because I'm sure that was got in everyone's.
I looked it up. I found it on Vulture.
Oh,
Vulture. While you were eating breakfast, I was looking up the answer.
Well,
to
I
your
found
query.
it too.
Andrew, I was paying attention to you.
Thank you, John.
Yeah.
I think that
what did he say?
I didn't repeat.
What did I
say? Did you say City Gardens? Did he say it?
I didn't repeat anyone's question, so go screw, John.
And that was Hardy's job today.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
What question did I repeat?
I have an email.
Oh,
No,
I didn't hear you do it.
It was about Fred, and I thought what you said, Fred, was confusing because the way you said it made it sound like they weren't going to give him 8 and 8, and that's all I was doing was clarifying.
Listeners have spoken.
More
That's all
for
I'm saying.
Shut up, Wallach. More for protecting Fred and clarifying than anything else.
Okay.
I didn't have an issue with it. John. No, I'm just kidding. All right, we'll be back with Andrew in just a minute.
I got an email. Oh, well, I guess you know what the thing
What's up, headlines?
He goes from 0 to pissy in about 2 seconds. Bruins play exhibition game number 5 out of 7 tonight when they face Philadelphia at TD Garden. Ryan Johnson and Bob Beers have it at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jeremy Swayman not present. Cam Neely told the media Swayman has 64 million reasons to play. Swayman's agent last night denied that number was ever brought up. Patriots play Miami and Foxborough this Sunday. Players will practice tomorrow. Red Sox held their end-of-season press conference yesterday. CEO Sam Kennedy said ownership did not do enough to help the team this season. And last but not least, the Boston Globe reported yesterday the bank in charge of the sale of the Celtics will begin contacting prospective buyers this week. According to the Red Sox, Sam Kennedy, the Fenway Sports Group is not interested at this time. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the New England Recovery Center. If you or someone you know is struggling with substance use, the New England Recovery Center in Westboro can help. Recovery is possible. Inpatient program admission available 24/7. Visit newenglandrecoverycenter.org or call 877-MY-REHAB. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9 o'clock.
Bow, bow, bow. 98.5, the Sports Hub. Hey, if your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, the Sports Hub.
Which brings me, though, to my two stats and a lie. Two of these stats are obviously the truth. One is a lie. Some imaging with this would be fun.
All right, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Allard. Andrew Callahan is covering the Patriots right now for the Herald, and he has come in every week with a segment called Two Stats and a Lie, where you do what, Andrew?
I read three stats. Two of them are accurate. One's a lie that I made up, usually based on the last Patriots game. Sometimes it's bigger picture. And you guys take a guess, which was the lie. I'm 7-2 to start this season.
All right. 7-2. Here we go.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Let's do this. It takes two steps from the other night. And one might see you can get it right.
I forgot about this.
It takes two steps from the other night. And one might see you can get it right.
You know, Nicholas was just this far away from being on Mad TV. Just a fraction of an inch. All right, Andrew.
If we submit that, can he make it back?
Yeah, I mean, listen. There's some guys like that on, I believe. All right, so listen. So you wrote these down for Hardy because he struggles with
But I haven't looked at him yet.
All right, so here we go. All right, Andrew, what do you have for us today?
Two stats and a lie. Here we go. Number one, the Patriots O-line is on pace to allow more hits this season than any Red Sox pitcher did. So the Patriots O-line is on pace to allow more hits this season than any Red Sox pitcher did. Number two, Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Brissett have as many fumbles as the rest of the AFC East.
Wait, second one, sorry, repeat it.
Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Brissett have as many fumbles as the rest of the AFC East.
Okay.
Number three, more than half of the teams in the NFL have one wide receiver that has more yards than all of the Patriots receivers combined. I'll say it again. More than half the teams in the NFL have one wide receiver with more yards than all of the Patriots receivers have combined.
All right, I already have my answer.
All right, these are good because I know it's not. I'm quite certain it's not one of the three, but then there's two that I am debating about.
Okay, so here's what I think. I think there's no way. Well, it's got to be close because that's the thing. They're always close.
Yeah. Two more than... It's
No.
not an obvious
It's
answer.
Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Brissett have as many fumbles as the rest of the AFC East. I don't believe that. That's a lie.
Fred?
And he might use that because Ramondre Stevenson fumbling is on top of mind. Okay, so it's not. It number one's true, because because number one's true because if you get 30 starts and you gave up 9 hits a game, that would be,
if I remember correctly,
a bad season.
The top Red Sox pitcher allowed like between 150 and 160 hits.
So
that's the true one.
So one's true.
Yeah.
So let's move on, and that's just my insane baseball knowledge. Watch it be false.
That's a stat.
Yeah.
So one is true. All right, so the other one is the fumbling, and then the third one is what you have it in front of you. Harvey.
More than half of the NFL teams have one wide receiver with more yards than all the Patriots wide receivers do combined. That feels like a stat.
So it's either 2 or 3.
Yeah, it's either 2 or 3.
What is your answer, Hardy?
Like 17 teams have a wide receiver that has more yards than all Patriots wide receivers combined. I believe that. I believe that's the stat. So the lie is that Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Brissett have as many fumbles as the rest of the AFC East.
Okay, because I've seen every Jet game, and Hall's coughed it up a couple times. All right, I'm not going to get too into it. I'm going to agree with you, Hardy.
Yeah,
All right,
I was going to pick 2, so that we're unanimous. I think the second one's a lie also.
All right. Mr. Callahan, and you'll notice that we didn't spread it around to try to be cool and catch you on a technicality.
No, you
all
did
went
not.
for the same one, which you have to respect.
You're all in. Double, triple down. John Wallach started today with no wins. He leaves with 1. You guys sweat me.
Yeah. Oh! My goodness.
Hardy leading the way. But the paper might have helped. We'll see. I feel like I gave him a little boost.
No notes next week.
So confident right off the top. I was like, did I give him the wrong slip? Because I have the answer key in front of me.
Never give him the paper again.
Yeah.
It's like he's in an IEP class and he's allowed to get to special notes. Are you allowed to chew gum too during the testing?
Yes, and
Yeah,
I get to listen to my music. I get to chew gum.
A little shot in the ass.
You get a room with just you and a couple other people. I'm familiar
Rife with
with all these
accommodations.
things.
Absolutely. Hardy's got many accommodations on his IEP.
Yeah, we
absolutely.
need. Well, listen. Everyone learns at their own.
There's
pace.
a massive dent in that 1-loss record.
7-5 now over here.
Wow.
I think our knowledge of baseball was really off the chart there. I would have felt like a real a-hole if that would have been 1, because I was so confident it was not 1, but I did not know between 2 and 3.
All right, so what are the tidbits you got for us?
So the Patriots are giving up 10 quarterback hits per game. You play 17 games. That averages on pace to be 170. Brian Bayo allowed a team-high 157 hits this season. That number was 165 last year. So this holds for the last 2 seasons. The Patriots are on pace to give up more hits than any Red Sox pitcher has the last 2 years. Number 2, Ramondre Stevenson and Jacoby Brissett have all 7 of the Patriots' fumbles. The Jets have 3 this year. Miami has 4. And then Buffalo has 4.
Yeah.
I got really close between that and the NFC South being like, oh, they have as many as a whole freaking division. Atlanta blew that for me. Pick one, or Buffalo or Miami did. So the whole division, aside from the Patriots, has 11. The Patriots have 7.
Okay.
Number 3, there are 20 teams right now in the NFL that have one receiver that has more yards than all the Patriots receivers do combined. The Patriots receivers have 226 yards. That's it. Total. All pulled them in like you did your answers. And here's the kicker.
Yeah.
Of those 20 teams, there are 4 that have 2 receivers with more than 226 yards. The Saints, the Lions, the Texans, the Eagles all have 2 receivers that say, I have more yards than the Patriots do combined.
And by the way, the Eagles have had a lot of injuries at the receiver position, too, with Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown being out. Wow. I was going to say, if you watched the Lions-Seahawks game last night, you're just like, maybe in that game, people had more receiving yards between Williams and the Metcalf. I mean, they were going off last night.
All right, so let's fast forward real quick to the Sunday game. You saw what happened to Miami last night. This Patriots-Miami game may set football back about 4 decades.
Yeah, I'll be there. You don't have to be. I'll put it that way. It's it's a bounce-back game. I just think neither of these teams goes in and says, oh, this is the one that we get right. Like, we're deserve this. The Pats are 1.5-point favorites. That sounds about right. But that means neutral site. This is Miami by 1, I think.
Yeah, but going into the season, they weren't favored in any game when they did it before the season.
But how silly are those week 5 and on?
No,
You know what I mean?
dude, I think it's silly overanalyzing every week. I mean, people were talking about Baltimore not being good, and now there's something in the ringer about how they're going to win the Super Bowl, and they've proven themselves the big Super Bowl. I mean, it's the week-to-week analysis. Now, it's great for the game.
Right.
But it's really ridiculous when you're judging a season. But I do believe that the Patriots winning on Sunday changes a lot of the tenor of the season, and they can afford to lose a little bit after that. You lose against Miami, and things are going to start dragging a little bit. And I think it's good for all of us in this room if they win that game on Sunday.
I'm starting to think their receivers aren't as good as I have puffed them up to be.
It's only 4 weeks.
They should have more yards than that.
Who's to say? All right, listen. Van Pelt calls he does student body left, student body right. It's a lot like the USC 70s teams. Be caller number 10 to the contest line, 617-931-0985, to win a pair of tickets to see Jon Stewart on October 26th at the Hanover Theater and Conservatory in Worcester, where Hardy was yesterday. Limited tickets are still available at thehanovertheater.org. Hey, Andrew Callahan, great stuff. I didn't even know if there was going to be enough to talk about. We didn't even get to everything. So.
You want to do the nude cyclist next week?
Yes, I do.
Yeah,
He has stories from San Francisco, and I wasn't going to get to them, but we got your segment, which I enjoy. Andrew Callahan, read him in the Herald. When we come back, John and I talked to Jim Montgomery yesterday, and it fits into what's going on with the Bruins. It was just good timing. We'll be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and
Bruins will continue their preseason tonight. They'll play Philadelphia at TD Garden. Ryan Johnston and Bob Beers have the call at 7 here on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Jim Montgomery yesterday named Jonas Korpisalo his Game 1 starting goaltender, but the Jeremy Swayman holdout remains a big story. Cam Neely told the media Swayman has 64 million reasons to be playing. Last night, his agent denied that number was ever brought up. As for the Patriots, they play Miami and Foxborough this coming Sunday. Gerard Mayo's team is currently 1-3.
Obviously, we're disappointed with the first quarter of the season. We just have to do a better job coaching, a better job playing, and really taking advantage of our opportunities. Yesterday, we missed on our targets. Our targets coming off of the Jets week.
Mayo also confirmed to the media that wideout Kendrick Bourne will begin practicing tomorrow. Getting back to the Dolphins, they fell to 1-3 last night, care of a bad 31-12 home loss to Tennessee. In Detroit, the Lions beat Seattle 42-29. Red Sox held their end-of-season press conference yesterday. Team CEO Sam Kennedy said ownership did not do enough to help the on-field product this year. In other baseball news, Pete Rose passed away yesterday at the age of 83, and Atlanta and the Mets split a doubleheader yesterday. Both teams make the playoffs as a result. And the Boston Globe reported yesterday the bank in charge of the sale of the Celtics will begin contacting prospective buyers this week. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the $14.99 big deal meals at the Nines. 4 new hearty full-size entrees like the roasted turkey dinner available every Monday through Wednesday for just $14.99. You gotta love the Nines. I'm John Wallach of Boston Toll for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
Get the app.
There's the potential there for big stuff.
98.5 The Sports Hub app. Get the app. On the air, online, on the app. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Kevin Dupont again, Boston Globe. My question's for Jim, but before that, since you say you're a surprise cam, can you share any other specifics here, be it what his ask is in terms of dollars or term?
Well, I don't want to get into the weeds with what his ask is, but I know that I have 64 million reasons why I'd be playing right now.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy, and John and I were at, just as John and Hardy were at the Celtics Media Day. We were at Bruins Media Day. We talked to Marchand wasn't even at practice. He was just not there. So we didn't get to talk to Marchand, but we talked to McAvoy and Jim Montgomery. Maybe we'll play McAvoy tomorrow. Who knows? But Jim Montgomery was the big one. And so you heard that. So what happens at Media Day, if you don't know, is it was Neely, Sweeney, Jacobs, and Montgomery. So they're all on a dais. They obviously know what questions are coming, and they know questions are coming about Swayman. Now, what they did is that Neely said there's 64 million reasons why you should sign. That means 8 years, 8 apiece. That's what Swayman should get. He shouldn't get any bit more money. He's a restricted free agent. They kept mentioning December 1st. What happens is if he doesn't sign by December 1st, he loses his salary for the season, and they have his rights next year, I've learned now. So he gets nothing. Like, he's not in a position of power. He can sign a bridge deal. What Pasternak and McAvoy did is they signed bridge deals, and it got them because there's this hard cap, right? The idea Jacobs won't give money, that's out the window. It's how much of the hard cap, what percentage of it do you think the player deserves, and does a goalie deserve that? Also, by the way, guys, you got to think there's a no-trade clause in there. So what if Swayman ends up sucking? He's never proven himself to be, a full-time goaltender. He just hasn't. So then you're stuck 7 years at $9.5 million. And then Neely later in it said, he was asked, do you think
with
he's
12 teams on his no trade?
Exactly. And do you, or just a full no trade clause?
Yeah.
And then Neely was asked, do you think he's trying to set the market for goaltenders? And Neely was like, yeah. Now listen, the cap is going to raise. It's set to raise in the next few seasons, but it hasn't yet. So why don't you sign a bridge deal, and then when you have more power and you're an unrestricted free agent, you can go out and take advantage of that cap. What he's doing now is dumb. And another thing that they were sure to do, is oh God, John, the guy they traded for
Korpisalo, Jonas Korpisalo.
Korpisalo. Montgomery, when we talked to him, I don't know if we have a clip of it. Do we have a clip of him talking about Korpisalo?
Yeah, you want me to play it?
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Adam. That would be delightful. Thank you. Here's him. Listen to him talk up Korpisalo.
One moment, please.
No problem.
Korpisalo has been unreal, and he's looked like every bit of a number one in 2 games he's played. He's been so calm in nets. He's made some saves that he shouldn't be making that has allowed us in those games to either win or get to overtime. And so I'm really comfortable right now with this is the group I have.
Yeah, all right. So he talked about that, and then basically how Bob Ascend's, goalie Bob, the goalie coach. I asked him, I said, he's never had a bad goaltender, and he hasn't. Thomas and Rask, and then Swayman. I mean, he hasn't had
Malcolm Subban.
He wasn't even responsible for Malcolm Subban. Malcolm Subban was sucked in the minors. That wasn't Bob Ascend's problem. And so he's never. So the message they're sending Swayman, whether they believe it or not, is what we've heard. Korpisalo played for a really bad organization behind a very bad defense, and he was good before that. And so he'll come in here, he'll work with Ascenza, and the defense is good enough in front of him that he'll be a good goaltender and a quality number one. They also said yesterday, so Swayman would hear it, even if Swayman signs tomorrow, he's not going to start for us because there's only 2 practices left, and you have to be in front of action, meaning like, dude, even if you sign, you're not playing for a while. Go ahead.
The other thing, and this is clearly a message sent by those 4 guys.
Sure.
It was that press conference was for Jeremy Swayman and Jeremy Swayman alone. It wasn't for any other reason.
Right.
But there's also an ancillary.
It was for the league, too.
Well, yes, it was for the league, too. But there's also kind of an ancillary facet to this. The Bruins, rightly or wrongly, mostly wrongly, have been accused of not being willing to pay. This was Neely saying, we're willing to pay $8 million a year for 8 years for a goaltender that hasn't quite proven himself yet. We're willing to write big checks here. We're willing to spend as far to the cap as we can. That's a message for the rest of the league. If you're good, we'll pay for you.
Yeah, and Louis Gross is the agent for Swayman, and he's, I guess, famous for pulling this kind of stuff. He had Torrey Krug, and Torrey Krug ended up in St. Louis where he didn't want to be, and he hasn't exactly thrived there. I mean, he got more money, so good for him. And Gross tweeted yesterday after that press conference, normally I do not release statements or discuss negotiations through the media, but he's going to break that right here, fellas.
Yeah.
However, in this case, I feel the need to defend my client. At today's press conference, $64 million was referenced. This was the first time that number was discussed in our negotiations. Prior to the press conference, no offer was made reaching that level. That's interesting. Prior to the press conference, no offer was made reaching that level. So after the press conference, that offer was made?
He says that this is, I'm thinking he believes that this is a way of negotiating. This is the offer the Bruins are now willing to make by Cam Neely saying that.
Okay, fair enough, but it's an interesting way to put it because you could just write, this was the first time that, or you could just write at today's press conference, $64 million was referenced. And then say that number's never been discussed.
Correct.
In our negotiations. That was the first time the number. You could say that was the first time that number was discussed in our negotiations. You could say that. You don't have to say prior to the press conference, no offer was made reaching that level. That's an odd thing to throw in there, I think. We were extremely disappointed. This is not fair to Jeremy. We will take a few days to discuss where to go from here. And that's, if I'm Swayman, I'm starting to think, take a 2-year deal then. Start for the Bruins for 2 years. Take that deal. Then you'll be an unrestricted free agent. You can negotiate with anyone. You have entirely all the leverage. They have none, and they have to pay you because the goaltenders that are making more than the $64 million all were unrestricted free agents. I know at least 3 of them were, and I believe all of them were because you're not in that position. Pastrnak took the bridge deal. McAvoy took the bridge deal. And Jacobs and the team paid them. They're in the top 5 of their positions, I believe.
Yeah,
I believe Pastrnak and McAvoy are in the top 5 paid for their position.
They're willing to pay money. They're not shortchanging, especially Pastrnak. I mean, Pastrnak got market value.
Yes,
you can't say they cheaped out.
McAvoy got market value.
McAvoy got market value. I mean, if they consider you a core piece, they're going to pay for you.
And as a Bruins fan, I don't want them using 10%, 11% of their cap space on a goaltender.
And you were saying the cap's going to go up. I mean, how much?
Yeah, but now's, and I don't know, and neither do they.
But
and
that's
how
the
much?
thing.
And how much? Because the agent's playing that, John. You know he is. He's like, okay, it's 10% of your cap this year, but it's going to be like 8% in 2 years. And
My counter to him would be, this isn't the National Football League. This isn't the NBA where we get massive television contracts that enable us to do this.
Right. And Sweeney also said that, in order to like do what Swayman wants, we'd have to trade a player, and I don't want to trade a player. They don't want to trade, and they shouldn't have to. Swayman is in no... Swayman... His agent is playing very fast and loose with this. We talked about it with McAvoy, but it's not worth playing because McAvoy obviously wouldn't answer. But I did ask McAvoy. I tried a million ways to get him to do it. I was like, where would you least like to play? Yes. And we started like listing through teams, and being that like there are places like that you don't want to go, and they're not going to. And I'm convinced they're not going to trade Swayman's rights. I just keep him. You got him next year anyway.
It's a bad precedent.
Exactly.
Very bad precedent.
So keep. You don't have to pay him. He doesn't count against your cap. So just keep him, and then you got his rights next year.
It's short of someone saying we'll give you a first or 2 firsts for him. No, there's not a chance that you send.
And by the way, if his agent is like, you deserve $9 million a year, and it's over 8 years, that's $8 million. If he doesn't play this year, conceivably he'd be losing $8 million. So he'd just break even. Right. With inflation that happens too, so it's even less money.
Yeah, you'd be giving up $1 million if you end up going $9 million at 7. Then you're losing out on $1 million.
Well, you're losing out at $8 million when you don't play this year. Yeah, and then if you go 9 for 8, then you're breaking even. If you go 9 for 7, then you're losing.
Yeah, it's probably a smaller bit of the calculus too. But this turns things against Swayman. If you were on Swayman's side just as a fan and how you were viewing him, and look what he did. He stepped up in the playoffs, and you thought they were going to have a goalie rotation. He ended up being the guy. Good for him. You got to pay him. You got to have a goaltender. This is the type of thing. When Neely said that yesterday, $64 million, or 64 million reasons why he should be playing. Even if you're the biggest Swayman supporter, you're like, wait a second. He's been offered up $64 million and he's not taking it. That's a shot across the bow, and it changes the narrative, I think, for people who are against the team, and maybe going to what you were talking about, John. Yeah, the Bruins never spend, and they were not spending on this guy. They're going to screw this up too.
I blame the agent because when
you put it out there like that. Now you're thinking, what the hell is Swayman's problem? What does he expect? That is more than a fair offer. You take that.
I blame the agent because, listen, 99 times out of 100, and I've seen it. If you go against your agent and what they want, it's you being greedy and you screwing up. And no, I'm not even doing that. I'm being serious though. Like usually when your agent is the expert, that's why you hire him. And any person's going to tell you, it's like your lawyer, right? Mm-hmm. Like, believe your lawyer. Like, your lawyer knows. That's why you hired him. Like, if you're in a divorce, like, your lawyer knows. Like, you're not smarter and most likely than that. So I blame the agent.
Yeah.
Because the agent is really playing a heavy hand and screwing around where see, if the agent wanted to be like, F you, Bruins, screw it, Jeremy doesn't want to play for you anymore, I would go, I want a 1-year deal. And I'd go, I want a 1-year deal. Give me a 1-year deal, a prove-it deal, and then we'll negotiate after the season. Or we'll negotiate halfway through the season. And then he's an unrestricted free agent. And then you can do whatever you want. But right now, the Bruins have all the power. And if they offer him that deal, which I believe they did, I don't think Neely gets up there and lies.
Not in front of his boss, he doesn't.
Well, yeah, the owner's up there and Sweeney's up there. I mean, they're not going to. I don't. Why would they
throwing out that number with Don Sweeney, who's doing the negotiating on one side, and Charlie Jacobs on the other
side?
And
who's going to lie? The guy talking in front of a room full of press with his boss next to him, or an agent on Twitter?
They make it very personal. I heard Beetle mention this yesterday too. It's like, I don't know if he said it about the agent, but I thought about this too. Let the agent be the bad guy. Let them kind of be the face of this negotiation. When Neely says specifically about Swayman, he's got 64 million reasons. Now you're making it personal, and now you're changing the story.
And he also said, and Montgomery told us too, he's like, yeah, Swayman wants to play here. And then Neely said, I talked to Swayman. I asked him straight up. It was Sweeney or Neely say. They said, I asked him straight up, do you want to be here? And he said, yes. So they are making it personal. Because they're saying, dude, your agent is leading you down the wrong path. It's very risky. Listen, his agent might make him the richest goaltender of all time, and Wall sit here. He's the agent. I'm not. But all I know is if I was Swayman, I'd be real nervous because there's a chance that – and by the way, you would assume he wants to play hockey, right?
Yes.
Like you would assume he doesn't want to spend a season sitting on his ass up in Alaska, like, playing in a community rink.
He spent all summer here. McAvoy told us this. He spent all summer here. All the interviews I keep bringing up, he was at captain's practices. That may seem like a small thing, but it's not. If you're without a contract, you're still out there with your teammates. Every interview he's done has said he wants to be here. And I don't know how things got turned around 180 degrees here.
I don't doubt that he wants to be here either. I just think that he's being told to negotiate a certain way, and he's listening to his agent, and I can't blame him for it because I don't blame Swayman. And again, I'm not a lawyer or an agent. I have an agent. I pay one. Believe me, I pay an agent. And it's gross, it's gross, not net.
By the way, real quick,
Go
if
ahead.
the Bruins luck out, say Swayman doesn't play here, they ship him out, whatever the case may be, and goalie Bob works his magic, and Korpisalo is resurrected from the dead, which is what he was in Ottawa last year, and turns out to be decent, he's making $4 million a year for the next 4 years.
Right.
And you can spend that money and get the forward you desperately need for the top six.
Well, yeah, it's a hard cap. I mean, that's it. I think by saying Korpisalo is playing, they're saying, let's see how this guy does. And by the way, if he plays well, this hurts your negotiation stance too. That's a good point.
Yeah.
That hurts your negotiation stance too. That's why they're saying, that's a good way to put it because that's what I was getting at. That's what they're saying when they're saying Korpisalo is going to play, is our starting goaltender no matter when you sign. That means and he's played well when he's played, what Montgomery told us. If he plays well and we're 10 games into the season, that $4 million we're paying him for the next 4 years looks pretty good. So all you can do is lose. So you got to be hoping that he sucks or you're really screwed. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see if he sucks with that defense in front of him. During the regular season, doubtful. All right. Be listening today. Not today. Jesus. Christmas. Be listening tomorrow at 7:30 for your chance to score a pair of tickets to this Sunday's Patriots game against Miami, where the Patriots are favored. Be sure to turn to the Sports Hub for 3 hours of pregame coverage with Gasper and Murray and immediate postgame coverage with Joe Murray and Leroy Irvin. We will be back with our award-winning email segment in just a moment.
on the Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, we're Toucher and Hardy. You can email JON at 985thesportshub.com, Hardy at 985thesportshub.com, Toucher at 985thesportshub.com. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at Toucher and Hardy. You can follow me on Instagram at Fred Toucher, where I'm becoming a sensation. I'm so close to 25,000 followers.
Influencer.
Once you get that, you're full-on influencer. Then I can start selling my wares.
25K, that's what makes you the influencer?
Let's put it this way. It don't hurt.
You're at 23.9.
Yep. I'm going to start, or close to 24,000, I should say. Not 25. I'm still far away. And it doesn't happen like that. You don't just get big fits and... for every follower, 2 followers you get, you lose a follower.
You just keep posting those beefcake photos from ringside like you did yesterday, and you'll be in the 25K range real soon.
You think that my women numbers may get up?
I think so. I know so.
You're saying I'm looking good?
I think you are.
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, I'll keep putting those up. You got it. I'll keep doing that. I'm checking in from places, letting people know. Like, I'm at the BC game now. I'm at Bruins practice. Look where I am, fellas. Here's what I'm wearing.
Yeah, you're media day fit.
Yeah,
you went with the light blue hoodie.
Yeah, John took off his hoodie and put on a button-down shirt. That if you weren't listening earlier in the show, a good email chain started by Nick saying, "Holy moly, Fred, you put up a picture of John in his button-down shirt," and then he saw the picture of this show, which is atrocious. He's wearing the same shirt, and then the picture of the show before that, he's wearing the same shirt. So he wears the same shirt for like a decade. He's worn the same shirt in every photo. So that's his shirt. And then we investigated. We said, well, you had to wear a suit and tie, or at least a jacket and tie, when you did the Celtics games. And he said, yeah, I would go on the road with 3 shirts.
3 or 4, I forget which. But yeah.
For how many games?
Longest road trip I did was 6 games.
So you're doubling up on shirts. And I know you said something, you muttered something about dry cleaning. You weren't having your shirts dry cleaned.
I absolutely had my shirts dry cleaned.
By the hotel?
Yes.
Okay, and would the Celtics pay for that?
Yes.
Oh, that's why you're not doing the shirts.
Yes.
It's cheap.
Yes.
Game, respect, game. Well done, John Wall.
Thanks, man.
You know what Beetle does?
All right, here's a scenario for you, Mr. Supporting John Wallach.
Yes.
Adam 12.
Yes.
Something happens. We have to go to the Super Bowl. They're like, Adam, you're needed because you're a big NFL guy.
Oh, good God.
So we get sent to the Super Bowl, and they're like, and this is an honest thing, and they're like, as normal, we're gonna put these jackasses in the dump by the airport, which is what they always do, which is another reason I don't like going to the Super Bowl. And then they go, but Adam, there's no room there, and since you have to get there earlier than the guys, we're putting you up in the Four Seasons downtown. Name the city. Do you take the Four Seasons hotel room?
No, I mean, wait. So I have an option to stay at the Four Seasons hotel? I mean,
they say it's closer to the venue.
Yeah.
But the only place is a Four Seasons. We're going to put you up there, but we're going to put John, Fred, and Hardy in the normal places we put them up to, rat-infested, hoary dumps right by the hotel.
That's HOARY, by the way.
He still hasn't gotten over Phoenix.
I'd take the assignment because honestly, I would have to be as close as possible because the anxiety of being far away would be.
Would you invite the homeless up to your room to share in the free chocolates and things?
Yes, absolutely.
Would you bathe?
No, I would go the other way around, Fred. I would take the mini bar out to the streets.
You have to pay for it.
I would distribute it expense it. Distribute it to the people in need in the neighborhood.
Good luck.
Good luck expensing that, 12.
Have you ever washed someone's feet?
No. But I've handled snakes. No, I've not done that.
No, I'm just saying it's an act of being humble.
Oh, okay. I thought you were making a.
No, I'm not saying you're super religious.
You
I
had
know.
you had some snake handlers. You weren't down in that neck of the woods in your early radio career, right? Wasn't that some of that programming that you used to run? Religious programming that was kind of that really hardcore.
Yeah,
I don't know what
it wasn't
of
snake
Christianity that is.
I think snake handling is like there's like 10 people that do it. Honestly,
Yeah,
I don't think it's
I
like that common. But we did when I worked at AM 1170 Mountains and Lakes Radio, and I had to do Sundays in Cumming, Georgia, which is now like a suburb. Everything's moved out there, but at the time it was like a real hick town.
Sticks, yeah.
And guys would come in to testify, and you know how you're behind glass, and if you watch on YouTube, you can see Adam's behind glass. They would testify from behind this glass. I was way closer, obviously. This not quite as big as this room. And they would be like guys that came in and they were like drug addicts and everything and how God saved them. But they would rant and rave. And one time this dude had a gun on him and he was like, kept like screwing around with the gun and he was yelling and screaming about how, like all these crimes he had committed. Now he just got out of jail. And I'm like, I don't think you're allowed to carry a gun even in the South when you just got out of jail.
Yeah.
Like there's a bunch of things here that
Seems
don't
like a
add
rule.
up.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I just left the mics on and went because we had a computer in another room. The computer at the station was in another room.
The computer room.
It was. It might have been called the computer room. There was a computer at the station in another room. I turned that bad boy off at night when I started doing afternoons.
If you saw Adam 12, as he appears, walking through the lobby of a Four Seasons, what would you guess his role in life is? It's like, wow, look at that guy.
I would guess
the
that
way he looks. What's he doing at the Four Seasons?
I can answer it easily. I would think that he was this like eccentric billionaire because there was a time when I worked at 99X and there was a dude wandering like all glassy eyed and he had a big long gray beard and long gray straggly hair and he was wearing like a kind of like a roby blousy shirt and like he looked like a homeless guy and he smelled and he was walking around and he was just like aimlessly walking. And we were in Atlanta, and I thought, a homeless guy got in here, and he's just like walking around, or he was a contest winner that someone let in the building, something or other. Oh no, he's so and so from like Capitol Records. He's he's so rich, he could walk around smelling with a big beard.
See, that's what I would think. Something like maybe not a billionaire, but he must be like a music producer.
That's
he's kind of like a Rick Rubin type.
I thought you were going to say he just delivered a pizza.
No. You
Adam,
can tell
come
by
on.
your gait that you're actually staying there.
Oh.
You would be able to figure out that much.
Yeah, and I don't think many people they won't just let some pizza guy up in the elevator.
No.
And no, they're not picking up trash in the lobby.
Couple emails here. One from Alexander. Fred Toucher is a football genius. I heard Fred say earlier that a fumble is worse than a 70-yard run, which I found eye-opening. So I checked my notes and Pro Football Focus statistics for the past 10 seasons, and Fred is in fact correct. Fumbling the ball is indeed worse than running it for 70 yards. Very impressive, Fred.
Oh, and I didn't even mean that. Thank you. I meant like running for 70 yards in a game. But yes, you could legitimately have a logical reason other than just sending a message for benching a guy who fumbles in every game. Losing the ball is turnovers. I mean, just look at the win-loss rates for people that have a negative turnover ratio. They're not good, but I appreciate the title. I am a football genius. I'm breaking down a lot of stuff, things you recognize in the hard work. I've been breaking it down, you understand?
Someone else chiming in on the fact that Swayman is the same agent as Torrey Krug, and it says it scares the S out of me that he has the same agent. It should, because Krug wanted to stay here. Krug was willing to play here, and Krug was going to get paid pretty well to stay and play here. And same agent, got him moved out of town at a time. I've had a thing for years with the way the Bruins handled their defensive pairings and not being able to hold on to guys or, I don't know, convince guys that it was okay to stay here and play hockey.
They were right about Krug, though.
Oh, the Bruins?
Yeah,
Spot
they
on.
got real lucky.
Yeah.
St.
And
Louis way overpaid.
Now
for
he's
him.
out for this. For those who have been keeping track,
But they
he's
didn't.
out
They
for
didn't
this
have to
entire season.
Yeah,
coming
they didn't
up.
have to let it get to that point. I think he would have stayed here and played. For
less
than he got in St. Louis.
You're right that he wanted to stay here. I knew him fairly well. He knew he was gone. He knew he wasn't staying.
His ask was what was it, 8 $80 a year,
Yeah.
something like that. I mean, he was.
I know why he left.
Yeah.
I mean, he got overpaid, but he knew halfway through that season he was leaving. He told me he was. He's like, yeah, dude, I'm not coming back. He didn't begrudge the team. He would have liked to stay in Boston,
But not
it
for the
wasn't
money.
going to happen.
No,
Yeah.
no,
Do you want me to read one that's going to upset you, Hardy?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm fine. I won't get upset.
All right, so someone had sent me a message that there is a actual term in Italy for guys that stand by construction sites with their hands behind their back, watching the construction workers. Yeah, and like, yelling out instructions and stuff, or maybe just complimenting them.
It's close enough.
And we had the guy Iucci, right? Is that his name?
Iraqi.
Where are you from? Iraqi. From Iraq. We have fun on this show. So anyway, that's a character I'm going to start doing. Iraqi. It's going to be fun. I'll give it a real nondescript accent. So anyway, we had that guy sitting, he goes, Hardy's the best, because I'm doing this to pepper this. Because he said, Hardy's the best. He took a Jimmy John's order. He fills, at 4 a.m, he's filling a cooler with water and soda and amyl nitrate. He's doing all this stuff. But this is what Drew says. He says, Hardy, exclamation point.
Yeah.
Fred, I am a plumber here in Mass, and there is nothing worse than a customer like Hardy. The onlooker standing over the shoulder watching me work sometimes even tries to lend a hand. No! There's a reason I spent years learning the trade to not have the homeowners try to tell me how to do my job. That being said, if he wants to golf after, no problem. That is from Andrew. Would you invite him to golf?
Oh, of course. If you play golf, you're my friend.
If
as
he
Harvey
emails you,
Penick
will you
said.
take him out?
But here's the thing. Could I hand you a wrench? I'm not going to tell you what to do with the wrench, but what if you put it out of reach and you need someone to hand you the wrench, the pipe wrench, as a plumber? I could do that. I'll stand right there.
Has that happened?
It could.
But
is it out of the realm of possibility, John?
No.
That someone might need
All
a
right.
wrench handed to them?
Someone makes a good point about how we could have been in that whole, about how you like watching construction, how we might have been a little dismissive of someone on the show. It says Hardy and the Construction Boys, which was the name of his Alabama cover band. Jim says, Fred, hello, guy from Machine Boys. After hearing about Hardy giving a looky-loo to his local construction products, I can't help but feel bad that this is very Adam 12 of him. Free entertainment, snacks being provided, bringing cheer to those having a tough Freudian, having a tough day. The Canton Public Library better dust off a computer booth for Hardy. 12. I think he will become a regular any day now. Spaghetti dinners for all. May your spirit shine. That's from Jim K. Did you get jealous that you were not one of those workers getting free snacks?
Listen. I'll always take a free snack, but I think the angle that hasn't been mentioned in this whole thing with Hardy is what I like about it is that Hardy's a lifelong learner. I mean, he's watching these construction guys, and he wants to look over the shoulder of the plumber. Because think about it, Hardy. Like, you might pick up on a little something. You might see the plumber put the fix on the pipe and go, you know what? That's something next time around. I can take care of that myself.
Sure.
Do you have a soldering iron?
Yeah.
Do you have a blowtorch?
No.
Do you want a blowtorch?
Do you have one?
No. I'm just saying, is it something you'd ask Marcy for?
Why would he ask Marcy for it? He could just go out and buy himself. What are you in a 70s sitcom? Timma, who we all love, says, Bruin Day interviews in your long day. Hey, Fred. And he makes a good point, too. Hey, Fred, great job taking care of business.
That is a good point.
TCOB. Your extra long day yesterday. CC Beasley for the media for the recognition. Not only was it an extra long day of having to be on, but you also had to wear that heavy long leather glove all day to transport Wallach to and fro. Your right wrist must be half the size of your left wrist now. Way to take TCB taking care of birds. On the count of John looks like an eagle. All right, we'll be back.
Does he get all skittish when you get down on the train platform portion of the garden? Because he thinks, oh, there's a way out. There's a way out.
No. There's nothing that he can really fly into down there. He does defecate all over the place, though, and it's a little embarrassing because I'm not cleaning it. And Montgomery was chewing gum, and he took it right out of his mouth. Started trying to build a nest with it. All right, very good. He took my notes and shredded them. All right. We'll be back in just a moment with the stack, and then that is sponsored, and then we'll be on our way.
Sports Hub headlines.
finger on the pulse, Fred. Seldom right and never wrong.
Right here.
Oh.
Is that Dutcher or is that Hardy?
I know, looks like a poodle. It's an effing poodle, dumbass.
The Sports Hub.
We know what you're thinking. What could I possibly have missed from the show? It's time for The Stack on Dutcher and Hardy.
Yeah, you got that much right. The Stack on Dutcher and Hardy is brought to you by D'Angelo Grilled Sandwiches. Freshly grilled. Freakishly good. The D'Angelo's classic steak and cheese, savory steak, and melty American cheese. Piled high on golden brown bread. Devour one today. And, of course, as always, we are brought to you by FanDuel. Sportsbook, make every moment more with FanDuel. Hardy, what you got?
All right, baseball boys. You know so much. Top jersey sales for the season. They announced a list at the All-Star break, and now this is the updated end-of-season list. See if you can get the top 5.
Shohei Ohtani.
That is number 1.
Aaron Judge.
Number 3.
Bobby Witt.
Brian Bayo.
Mookie Betts.
Mookie Betts is number 4.
Trevor Story. Ivan Herrera.
Wow, that's impressive.
He's a Cardinal.
I kind of guessed that.
Yeah, I can only go deep on the Cardinals. Let's just be honest. No, seriously. All right, who do we have? I'll be serious.
All right, you have Shohei Ohtani is number 1. Aaron Judge is number 3. Mookie Betts is number 4.
Soto?
Out of the top 5.
Whoa.
Oh, that was a real guess. Not De La Cruz or the...
No.
Okay, not Tatis anymore. The kid from Pittsburgh, the pitcher from Pittsburgh. Skeens. Pittsburgh's too small a market, I suppose.
Yes.
And not Freddie Freeman.
No.
Because I'm just thinking L.A.
Who would be number 2 if Judge is 3rd?
Yeah, Judge is... Because I would think Judge... I think Ohtani is 1 and Judge is 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so it can't be a Yankee, and it's not a Dodger then. And so...
No, we already had Betts.
Or is it a
4.
Dodger? He just made a... Because you just already had 2 Dodgers.
No, I'm just thinking what kind of hints I want to give you.
Because don't go crazy. It's probably not a pitcher. It's probably a positional player.
National League.
All right, National League. Padres have Machado, but I don't think that would be it. And it wouldn't be Bogarts. It wouldn't be... okay, so then you go to Arizona. There's no one. I'm working my way around the National League. It's no one in St. Louis. It's not Arenado or Goldschmidt.
Actually, 2nd and 5th are both National League players.
It's not a Cub. Is it it's a Miami Marlin, obviously.
Yeah, sure.
It's an Atlanta Brave.
Could it be Harper?
Oh, is it Acuna?
Bryce Harper.
Is 2nd?
2nd.
Is Acuna 1?
He's been hurt. That's the
I
thing.
know he's been hurt.
So the person who made it in at number 5 moved up 2 spots to 5th, dropping injured Atlanta outfielder Acuna and Juan Soto. They dropped down 1 place each.
Oh, so I wasn't so dumb.
No.
With my prediction.
But you still haven't got the 5th out of the top 5.
If this is not interesting to the audience, I don't care because now I want to know. All right, so here we go. So it's not Acuna. Who else is a big star? And it's not Vlad Guerrero Jr. because he's in the American League.
No, he said 5 is in the National League.
No, he said it's in the National League. I'm just thinking young stars. Okay, so Acuna, Vlad Guerrero Jr., the National League. Is it a Met? Is there someone on the? Is it Pete? It's not Pete Alonso. It's the kid who hit the home run yesterday.
Lindor.
Lindor.
There we go. Well done.
The kid who hit the home run. I can't believe it.
Home run.
Actually, we have that. We should probably listen to.
You gonna watch any of the Tiger game today at 2:00?
I'm gonna be on the golf course.
I'm gonna check out a little bit. I can't say like I'm super invested in the Tigers. Like I'm not a Tiger fan necessarily, but it's Scooble pitching today.
Mm-hmm.
I'll check.
By the way, the Braves. You saw what happened with Chris Sale yesterday, right?
Yeah, he's injured himself.
Snickers said Sale's not going to pitch in the series either. Now that the Braves have made it, Sale can't pitch in the upcoming series.
Really?
That's what he said last night.
It's his body and the way he throws.
He doesn't,
across his
as
body.
he sees it, he doesn't think Sale's going to be able to pitch. That's remarkable.
Well, he's won the Cy Young, so
Yeah,
let's not go
pitching
crazy.
Triple Crown winner.
Yeah, let's not go crazy insulting the man. But I mean,
Ryan, can you find that Mad Dog thing and just put it at the top? I've managed to miss.
I heard it live, by the way. I was driving because, as you know, and I'm not being a martyr. I just as a fact, I'm in the car at least 3 hours, most likely closer to 4 every afternoon. So I did, and I know exactly where I was. I was in Waltham by where the big buildings are.
Mhm.
That exit.
Okay.
Not the exit you get off for here. The one after. The one north of here.
Yes, with that mirrored hotel
Yes,
there
yes,
to
yes,
the
yes.
right.
You know the place. I was there, and he was going,
Opportunity against the Braves, back of the bullpen. Now he hits a fly ball that's pretty well hit to deep right center, and this ball is out of here. Lindor has just golfed one out, and the Mets lead 8-7. A 2-run homer by Lindor, and New York has the advantage. Oh my goodness, what a baseball game! As Lindor hit a ball out to right center, looked like a fly ball at first, but the ball carried and carried and carried. Harris scaled the wall and it left it, and New York now leads 8-7, and Diaz gets a second life in the bottom of the ninth. Oh my goodness!
There's
perfect.
There is nothing like him. When not even him. I love Mad Dog, as you know, but there's nothing like when he's not a New York fan either.
No, he's San Francisco
Not
Giants
even more
fan.
though. He's turned his back on them.
Really?
Yes, he has.
Oh, man.
You got to get on it. But there's nothing like when the Mets, and then Chris Christie called in and babbled all this garbage, how they're the best team in baseball because they have the best record since June.
Okay.
That's not fair if you look at the Tigers for the last 20 games. But whenever the Yankees or the Mets do anything, if you listen to any national radio, oh, is it a big deal? Oh, is it a big deal? And if you're a Jet or Giant fan and you listen to New York Sports Talk Radio, hoping to hear, and I know it's not me to programming it, good for them, they do great. But if you're hoping to hear anything about football, you are not. It is not Boston.
This is baseball.
Yeah, it's heavily Mets Yankees.
Fly ball,
Which is very
the
frustrating.
wall.
So you know what I do? I email him and I go, "What's wrong with you? You know you're talking about the Jet game. I want to hear about the Jet game." All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone, hug your loved ones today and tell them that you love them. And give a little wink upstairs to my man.
Well, come
Jesus.
on over here, you big bear.
I just got that feeling in your stomach where everything, you just go, I wish I could feel like that forever. I think Huey Lewis had a song about it. I want a new drug. One that makes me feel like I just did when you made that gesture. All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone have a great day. Bye.